Just a heads up, this is a story for a mature audience and there's going to be some sensitive imagery and topics portrayed. Every now and again throughout the decade since 2013, I'd come back to this game because of how compelling the narrative is and the layers that these characters have. Now, because we have The Wolf Among Us 2 coming, as well as a remaster, I don't know how different that is going to be, if they're going to change anything or just make it look nicer. On top of the fact that I forgot most of everything that happened, I played it again, and I wanted to share the story with those who have yet to play it. That's something I do, by the way. I wait until I completely forget a game, only remembering the feelings I had before replaying it again because it's the closest thing to playing it for the first time. Timestamps below for anybody who wants to jump around, but there is some material outside of the game that expands this universe. You don't have to read all the comics to understand The Wolf Among Us, but knowing a little bit more about its wider world can help us to get a full story and potentially fill in a few blanks that the game deliberately leaves behind. Before getting into the story, we should probably establish what the Fables actually are. In this universe, the characters that we know from fairy tales, folklore, myths, nursery rhymes, and old legends are not fictional. Snow White, Three Little Pigs, Beauty and the Beast, Big Bad Wolf, countless others are all real individuals and creatures collectively known as fables. The fables hail from a realm known as the Homelands. Now, at some point, a mysterious and powerful force known only as the Adversary began conquering the Homelands, forcing many of their inhabitants to escape into our ordinary, non-magical, mundane world. Those survivors became refugees, with many eventually settling in New York City and forming a secret community known as Fabletown, where for hundreds of years they lived, hiding in plain sight by blending in to the city. Ordinary humans, whom fables call Mundies, still believe these characters are nothing more than stories from books. It is imperative that the existence of the fables remain hidden from the public. In order to do this, the fables use magic called glamours that give them disguises to appear human. The fables who cannot pass as human for one reason or another are sent to a place called the Farm. There is also something called the General Amnesty, where past crimes committed in the Homelands are forgiven, which is how people such as Bigby, Bluebeard, and the Woodsman can all live in the same community. Case in point, the Big Bad Wolf sunk his teeth into a lot of people. Here, he's the Fabletown sheriff and just the guy trying to do the right thing, but sometimes the beast inside makes it hard. Also, when you remember the actual stories of these fables, try not to remember the Disney kid-friendly version of them. The wolf ate a lot of people. The woodsman cut the wolf's belly open and filled it with stones. Bluebeard is from a gruesome French folktale about a wealthy man inspired by a real serial killer who killed his wives. Ichabod Crane was from Sleepy Hollow. Georgie Porgy is from the nursery rhyme about kissing girls and making them cry. Bloody Mary, urban legend, say her name 3 times in the bathroom and she appears. This is Bigby Wolf, looking outside the window of a taxi. It drops him off, and as he steps out into the Fabletown streets, he lights up a cigarette. He had been called in over a disturbance at an apartment complex, and walking in, Toad, the owner, is looking up the stairs concerned over the commotion. However, when Wolf walks in, there's already a different issue. Toad is not in glamour. Bigby reminds him that rules are rules. Keeping the fables a secret is too important to not be taken seriously. He tells him to see a witch, pay for the magic, otherwise he's going to go to the farm. Toad protests, saying he can't afford it for himself and his son, but Bigby remains firm. Just then, the sounds of smashing and objects crashing outside detract from this as the sheriff goes upstairs to take care of their problem. Picking up a matchbook, he hears a man and a woman yelling at each other, and immediately concerned, he kicks the door in to see a man beating a woman.
God damn you! Know who I am
Whoa,
now,
whoa, hey!
You've got something on your face.
What are you talking about, you stupid... I'll fucking kill you! You
All right, Pudgy.
What are you gonna do, huh? Get the out of the way before you get the axe again.
Woody, I'm gonna break your face.
Is that a fact?
Yeah, that's a fact.
You got a memory, Wolf. That's not how it went last time.
This isn't last time. You gotta calm down. You should probably get out of here.
Look, I'm not leaving until I get what's mine.
You're not getting I'll put you on the ground. You hear me?
Say that word one more time.
What?
What did I say?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that word either. Asking the woman what happened, as she tries to put makeup over her bruises, she says things got out of hand. Here, the woodsman threatens her, saying he's going to hurt her some more. Wolf warns him to pipe down before he pipes him up again. Turning his attention back, the girl says she just needs the money that he owes her and she'll be on her way. But Wolf really wants to know, is she okay? Her body folds into itself, and this is something that you really need to hear. She says the woodsman asked her if she recognized him. Remember that. Woody gets up and interrupts. Fixing his broken jaw, these fables are insanely durable by the way, he reminds him of what happened back in the homelands. He was the one who saved Little Red Riding Hood from Bigby before killing him and throwing him in the river. But when he calls her a stupid B-word again, Wolf gets ticked off and he plows him through the window. Woody gets a street light to the side and Wolf falls on the car.
Shit. Hey, Toad.
My car?
Yeah. Give me a second.
Oh no, by all means. Take your time. Make yourself comfortable. Can I get you anything? Pillow, perhaps?
So, how good is your insurance?
I can't be mad at you. I called you, and you come to help. I can't be mad. But even when you help, things end up more than they started. Well, at least you're not dead.
I know you're in there. Come on out, you dog. I'll put you out of your misery. You mongrel. You ignorant. Come on out, Wolf.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. I'm just getting what he owes me. You all right back there? I mean, your eyes and the teeth? You're not really supposed to do that, are you?
Not if I can avoid it.
Great.
The guy's got an axe in his brain. He's not feeling that.
It's more from me. He'll be fine.
I'll kill you. You.
Let me help you.
Guy's having a bad day.
That makes two of us. I guess it's a good thing fables are hard to kill.
Suppose it is.
Yanking the axe out of Woody so that he can regenerate, he goes after the girl, helps her spark one up, and after letting her have a moment of silence, he asks who she really works for. But all she says is,
These lips are sealed. Sorry.
Wolf doesn't know what to say, but out of nowhere, with a worried expression, she asks him if he likes her ribbon. Logan says it's beautiful, and clinging on to his word, her thank you clings onto the air just as long.
Thank you.
But then Wolf says he feels like he's met her before. Why would he say that? Does she have a familiar scent? Is she someone from back in the homelands? She responds that they probably crossed paths before, because the Fables all broadly knew each other at one point or another. Plus, they've all been in the city for centuries now. Realizing that Woody left, Wolf wants to go after him because even though he didn't want to kill him, he hit this girl. He's got to answer for that. The woman said she cleaved an axe into his head. They're even. Bigby jokes that maybe he should bring her in then. However, she mentions that she's not going to be doing sex work for much longer, so if he's going to take her in, now's his chance. At this point, I'm still wondering, why would Woody ask her if she recognizes him? Why ask her that question and then go straight to beating her? It's just not adding up. The two appear to share a connection, and Bigby feels compelled to give her money like this is Twitch. Giving her everything he had left, she thanks him for saving her and she says she has to drop the money off. Now, Bigby is still a sheriff and he's got to do paperwork, but she says it's too late for her to go to his office, so instead, she's going to come by his apartment to give him her official statement, just after she drops off the money. Wait a minute, how does she know where he lives? Well, apparently he has the smallest apartment in all of Fabletown, so that's how. She jokes that he looks like crap, so he should go shower, and after another physical touch, they share another moment before she leans into his ear and whispers,
You're not as bad as everyone says you are.
I think she realizes that Bigby is actually a caring dude despite his rough exterior. She goes, saying she'll see him around as he turns around to burn one. Walking all the way back to the Woodland luxury apartments on Bullfinch Street, stepping into the grand entrance, he hears rustling in the bushes. Crossing his arms and patiently waiting, a woman concedes and comes out of hiding. It's Beauty, and she admits that this looks sus, but she swears that she can explain.
I know this looks a little odd, but there's an explanation, I swear.
Why'd you hide when I walked up?
Well, I didn't know who it was. You can't be too careful these days.
You know, she sounds a lot like Clementine from The Walking Dead, even the way she delivers lines. I just looked it up, same voice actor. Beauty pleads with Bigby to not tell Beast that he saw her. She intends to explain everything to him later, but right now she just doesn't have the time. However, Bigby genuinely does not care. He doesn't want anything to do with this, not his business. Beauty explains that she doesn't want her husband to worry, and she goes out telling Wolf it's not what he thinks. Now, as he goes in, he sees the security guard asleep. He rings the suit of armor multiple times, but the guard is still snoozing. He takes a gander at the directory while waiting for the elevator to arrive, and soon it does, but before it closes, Beast stops the door asking him if he's seen his wife. Beast is just a guy who loves his wife, which I get, because, you know.
I'm staying out of it.
Out of what?
Whatever it is, Beast. I'm not a marriage counselor.
Damn it. Something's going on.
Once inside the apartment, Bigby flips on the light and takes the phone off the hook, which is what we used to do back in the day when landlines were still a thing and we didn't want anybody to call us. The apartment is so muggy that he mentions that he should have left a window open, though having a pig in there probably doesn't help either. A poke wakes Colin, who casually greets Wolf before climbing out of the chair. I think that's a picture of Little Red Riding Hood on the wall too. Once they settle down, Bigby fires up a cigarette, prompting Colin to ask for one as well. Not being a dick about it, he lets Hooves have his. According to Colin, only a couple thousand more of these cigarettes and Wolf might have finally paid him back for huffing and puffing his house down. The joking doesn't last long though, as Bigby gets straight to the point. Colin can't keep sneaking away from the farm. Either he gets a glamour or he stays there. The pig counters something the wolf can't refute. Biggs has got no idea what it's like over there, and to be honest, neither do I. But the name alone doesn't sound very inviting, and the fact that these fables seem desperate not to go, with some of them even escaping, doesn't leave the best impression. From there, the conversation turns to why everybody is afraid of Bigby. He ate a lot of people back in the day. And I feel for him here. He can't undo the past, and Fabletown was supposed to be a fresh start. Colin reminds him that he can't change what people remember either, with those bloody knuckles saying more than enough about why they still fear him. As far as Wolf is concerned, he's just doing his job. Keeping everybody in line requires him to remain big and bad, and Pigsy laughs at that, calling him cringe and asking if he was even nice to one person today. His thoughts return to the girl with the ribbon. Only then does he realize that he never actually got her name. But at this point, he's had enough conversation and he just wants to rest. Giving Bacon some whiskey, he shuts his eye, and immediately, it's lights out. Going to the door, fixing his tie, putting on a smitten look, He opens it, but his expression immediately rescinds. Snow. She tells him to come with her. She's panicking over something, but won't tell him what. And when they finally make it outside, he sees why she wanted to keep it hush-hush.
You knew this girl? She's not a Mundy, right? Who was she? I thought I knew everyone in Fabletown. She looks familiar. I can't place her, though.
Just a girl. We didn't have a whole lot of time to chat. The woodsman. He attacked her. I stepped in. And he threatened to kill us both.
No, you don't think he...
I don't think anything yet. Just give me a second.
A closer look at her neck reveals how strange the cut is, to the point that Bigby even wonders whether magic was involved. Her ribbon was stuffed in her mouth, and attached to it was a ring marked with a symbol. Everything about the scene suggests that she was placed here with care, and that whoever did it wanted him to find her. Fresh blood on the nearby side gate and a piece of torn denim gave him something to work with. Biggy still doesn't understand the scope of the mystery, but he knows that the girl represents something. But what does she represent? Why was she chosen? Why was Wolf and Snow brought into this? Snow says they have to inform Ichabod about this unfortunate development. With King Cole gone for now, Crane is temporarily in charge. Neither of them likes him, but there's no point in waiting. Getting to the bottom of this means first identifying this girl and having Dr. Swinehart inspect her head. On the way past the Fables waiting in line to meet with Crane, one of them gets agitated when Wolf moves ahead of everybody else. But knowing that nothing he says will suffice, he just stares him down. Entering the business office, Snow is already getting chewed out by that asshole who's got his finger shoved in her face as if though she was the one who killed the girl.
Yes, I see. Because you are the one bringing this to me, Miss Snow. The one who so simply stumbled upon this catastrophe on our very doorstep. The last thing I need with Mayor Cole away is a hysteria. Do you understand me?
Yes, of course I do.
Don't interrupt me, Miss Snow.
You asked me a question.
Don't change the subject. You are to blame for this unpleasantness, Miss Snow.
I brought you this news as soon as I could.
You are trusted to keep things running smoothly around here. This is a disaster. Who else is to blame if not you? See, even Bigby agrees with me, as incompetent as he is. Sheriff?
Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do. I thought by letting her speak for herself, I was like showing her respect. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you can handle this yourself. You don't need me to defend you type thing. But let's rerun that.
Who else is to blame if not you?
Back off, Ichabod. It's not her fault.
I don't need your help, Bigby.
Bro.
Instead of trying to assign blame, maybe we should figure out how to catch the fucker who did this.
Oh, says the man who is most to blame for this catastrophe. How convenient. Sheriff, you are the one charged with protecting the citizens of Fabletown. Your failure to do so cost someone their life and the safety of the entire community. Tell me you've been doing something. Are there any leads? Suspects? Anything. Anything at all. Any shred of evidence you two know what the hell you're doing. Because right now, I have half a mind to fire the both of you.
Bluebeard was mentioned.
Don't be absurd. Bluebeard is out of the country as we speak, so don't even think about accusing him of such a treacherous affair.
The guy has a history of beheading young women. I'd say that's something worth checking out.
If all you're operating off of is ancient history, we're all in much more trouble than I imagined. By that rationale, you're a suspect as well, Wolf.
Dude, duck this guy. This is how you know TellTale used to write great characters back then, because I actually hate this guy. This game is so much better than Directive 8020. He tells Snow to call somebody named Vivian.
Let her know I'm coming in early for my massage.
I will.
Hey, what? Why did he say massage like that? He wasn't gonna say massage, he was gonna say something else. That old creep. Crane demands to know what happened to the wine he told Snow to buy, only to tell her to forget about it before declaring that she can't do anything right. He explicitly enjoys holding power over her, especially when it gives him an excuse to humiliate her. Before leaving, he tells Wolf, "Do your job, or we'll find someone who can." Bigby is seconds away from calling him a beehole, but Snow pulls on his leash and answers for him instead, forcing a smile as she assures Crane that they'll Get on it right away, sir. Who gets a massage this early in the morning anyways? According to Snow, even the slightest amount of stress leaves Crane needing some kind of release. Once Itchafuck is gone, a green flying monkey named Buffkin emerges from hiding, and it turns out he's the one who had Crane's wine, a bottle of 1934 Di Domenico. Snow quickly confiscates it. After Buffkin asks how he's doing, Bigby gives him a cordial response, and then the flying monkey is sent to retrieve the Fable books so that they can finally identify the dead girl. The wait gives Snow enough time to call the massage parlor, and we can actually hear her side of the conversation. Apparently, the bill for these massages seem questionably excessive. With nothing else to do for the moment though, Bigby examines the genie lamp, the tarot cards brought in by Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk, and finally, the magic mirror.
Hey, magic mirror. I got a question.
You know the rule.
I don't have time for this shit.
Your impatience is callow. You're needlessly cruel, but have some respect for our history and rules.
But I'm not a rapper. Spit, never been.
Mirror, mirror. If you're able, tell me all about this fable.
See? Was that so hard?
Yeah, I'm about 2 seconds away from kicking a hole in you.
There's no need for that. Fine.
Asking to see the girl, the mirror can't show her. Buffkin, meanwhile, is getting drunk instead of looking for the Fable books. The woodsman can be seen stumbling down the streets, and if you ask the mirror to see him again, you'll see him throwing up. Not long after, Buffkin brings the books and they begin searching through them. Inside are images of the Fables back in the homelands. Wolf himself, Snow among the dwarves, the woodsman and his axe, Beauty and the Beast. When Red Riding Hood appears, Bigby laments that she died back in the homelands and never made it to the Mundy world. The next page shows the 3 little pigs beside a king, a queen, and a young girl covered in donkey skin. A symbol on the king immediately catches the sheriff's attention because it matches the one engraved on the ring attached to the ribbon that they found in the dead girl's mouth. The girl in the book is wearing that same ring. Wolf sees
Ichabod Crane. Scared shitless.
What's that?
Your boss. His finest moment. Hard to understand how he ended up running this place.
Well, maybe it's time that changed.
Looking this up actually, Crane has been King Cole's deputy mayor for 115 years thus far. However, the game never explains exactly why King Cole originally appointed him or how Crane earned the role. All we know is that he is the current acting mayor and Snow seems to be doing most of the work. Opening another book, some interesting stuff is seen here, and it makes me wonder about the larger reality that the homelands occupy, with the first page suggesting that the homelands are part of an enormous collection of separate worlds connected through magic. Atop that, the heading reads Ad Patrias. Google says it means to or for the fatherlands. I also saw some people saying that the Latin in this game was Google translated and inaccurate. But if anybody here reads the dead tongue, please let me know your insights. On the left is Yggdrasil, the world tree from Norse mythology, which I'm sure that many of us are already familiar with thanks to God of War. You see the realms Asgard, Midgard, Jotunheim, Vanaheim, Niflheim, Hell. The sentence under the symbol to the right appears to read Innumerabiles terrae in una coherentes dimensiones per divina cogit. And I feel like Henry from Kingdom Come Deliverance trying his best to read Latin. Its intended meaning seems to be innumerous lands or dimensions joined together as through one divine thought or power. The other drawings reinforce this idea with several Urds shown beside one another, and that reminds me of the multiverse in DC Comics. The symbol above this depicts separate trees or realities woven together around a shared center. The map below resembles medieval Europe with places such as Albion, Aquitaine, Aragon, and Tuscany, possibly representing another homeland shaped by European fairy tales and folklore. Left of that, the text reads Approximatis collocatione pluris mundos supermundani mundi, an approximate arrangement of multiple worlds above the mundane world. However, when we flip all the way to the left, we see something related to Alice from Alice in Wonderland, and I think that's really cool. Makes me wonder, where is she? Maybe Wolf Among Us 2 is going to bring her in. You see the Vorpal Blade and the Jabberwock. There's also more Latin around the book, but I feel like it's going to detract too much if I spend a lot of time trying to find every translation. I believe the point of the devs putting all of this in here is to kind of give nods to the other realms or stories and legends that we've all heard about growing up. Like on the next page, we see stuff about the Knights of Camelot with King Arthur and Sir Lancelot. Flipping to the next page, we see the woodsman's axe, and Buffkin says the druids blessed it. Page over, there's writing, and Buff says that it's Bricklebit in Old Elvish.
An older Elvish hand.
What's Bricklebit?
A magic word.
What's it do?
Makes animals gold.
And then Wolf finds the ring. He asks Buffkin what it means, and he tries to read it. Al-ler-li-rao. He doesn't recognize it. I don't even know how to say this. Al-ler-li-rao? Ew.
Alelaira. That means every kind of fur in German.
Oh, Alelaira. So when Buffkin finds the book and brings it back, I actually want to pause here real quick. I do want to mention that Cinderella is mentioned in this game. She's shown here, but some of her info is blacked out, classified. However, next to her is Donkey Skin Girl, who prefers the name Faith.
Donkey skin.
Yes. What does it say?
Donkey Skin Girl, also known as Donkey Skin, also known as Ass Skin, prefers to go by the name Faith. Poetic?
Buffkin, we don't need the commentary.
The story of Donkey Skin. There was once a great king with a beautiful queen. The queen grew ill and had her husband promise to only marry the most beautiful girl in the kingdom. After a long search, it became clear that the only woman in the land that could match her beauty was his daughter, Faith. She had a magic cloak made from the skin of her father's prized donkey that would hide her beauty so she could escape his kingdom. Eventually, she married a prince who could see past the magic cloak and knew her true beauty, and they lived happily ever after. Should I mark it, Miss Snow?
Yes. Please. And what's her husband's name?
Lawrence. Prince Lawrence.
That is disgusting. Her own father wanted to marry her because of how beautiful she was. That is seriously sick and twisted. Imagine how traumatizing that must have been for Faith. Wolf sees in the mirror that her father is now a skeleton, and then he asks to see Faith, and oddly enough, the mirror says he can't because of magic. These lips are sealed. The mirror, seemingly hypnotized, repeats the phrase again. But what does it mean? And what about Prince Lawrence? Though his face is cut off in the mirror's image, one thing is clear. The blood in the knife by the prince is foreboding, it appears. Wolf and Snow are just about to leave when a call comes through from Toad. Someone is rummaging through the woodsman's things, and he pleads with the sheriff to get there quickly. And then he hears banging growing louder and louder on the other side of the telephone until, without warning, Toad hangs up. By the time they reach the apartment, the situation is every bit as serious as Toad made it seem. Looking up through the hole in the wall in Woody's place, they catch a sight of a large figure searching throughout the room. Wolf rushes upstairs.
Curse it all.
They're too late. He looks at Snow, shakes his head. Back on the first floor, the sound of a boy sobbing catches Snow's attention, his cries echoing against the wood and walls of the complex. "Hey Toad, you in there?" Wolf huffed and puffed and... With the sniffling much clearer now, Toad puts on his casual, cheerful act and greets them while stepping in front of his son. The sheriff and the assistant mayor exchange a glance, unsure of what to make of the situation, but the longer that Toad talks, the more obvious it becomes that he is hiding something, because only moments ago, he urgently called for help, yet now he insists that it was all a mistake and that nobody was ever upstairs. Something about the story isn't adding up. Toad keeps trying to shoo them away, even though Wolf knows for a fact that he saw somebody up in the apartments, which only leaves one question. Why is Toad lying? Snow's attention shifts back to the boy whose crying hasn't stopped. With his eyes turned away from her, she lowers herself to his level.
Are you all right?
He's fine, Miss White. Just stung his little toe. Better swimmer than walker, just like his dad.
Wanna...
So, I guess you'll be taking off now.
Toad interjects. a stubbed toe, as it were. Talk before pressuring them out once more. However, now Wolf was adamant about checking out his place first. Snow connects with the kid, feigning interest in his insect collection as he plip-plops off, and now Wolf has the floor. The door latch was busted. For weeks, Toad said. The lamp was smashed. Must have fell off the table. Despite Wolf seeing these sockets already plugged in with the clock and fan. What about the fresh blood on the poker? Poking coals dropped it on my foot, but being a fable and a frog apparently has its perks. But there's fresh blood on the wall. Wolf catches Toad in a lie as he tells the tale of how he cut his hand, not his foot, with the poker, stumbling over his words. Glaring, Toad slumps, pleading with Bigby. He's not BSing him, but the clean space in the dust where a lamp might have been and the finger marks on the windowsill tell a different story. Toad's excuse is that he came home, scuttered, and climbed through the window because he forgot his keys. But the door was busted for weeks, so why would you even need keys? You could have just walked in. Agitated, being put on trial in his own home as the sheriff investigates every little aspect of his private space, when was the wolf going to stop sniffing around and leave? Just then, Snow and Junior come out. He immediately embraces his son, red streaking down from his head and bleeding into his cardigan. Take off the hat, Bigby's eyes leered. It slowly fell from his head, exposing the leaking blood. Toad finally relented. That Tweedledee, or Dumb, barged in something fierce about something the woodsman had. But what did the woodsman have that was of value? Whatever it was, he tried to beat it out of Toad, and Toad tried to escape through the window, explains the Marks. But wait, was he just going to leave his son here with one of the Tweedles? And then he explains why he lied. Were they to find out that Toad told Wolf or Snow about them, they would come back to kill his son. Those last words filled the room with silence before the tension broke. Toad mentioned that he even tried to give the Tweedle a woman's coat. Junior speaks up and says that his dad likes to borrow things from tenants. Kids. The coat was hidden in the fireplace, and when they pull it out, they see it's the donkey skin. Wolf spots an envelope addressed to Faith's husband. The only other lead they had was Prince Lawrence, but once they get to his apartment, the door is already opened and Snow has to cover her nose. Her eyes widen as the putrid stench burned her eyes, but she couldn't bring herself to look away at the body laying on the carpet. Gray, cold skin. Prince Lawrence was a corpse. What happened? The sound of the TV clung to the stale and deathly air, its glow forcing itself upon the dead prince's back, his blood-stained chair, and the photos of him and his wife. Lawrence and Faith looked really happy at one point. Really happy. Then the unthinkable happens. Wolf turns the prince over, and despite the hole in his head, his eyes are still moving. He refuses to let them call Dr. Swinehart, and it's because he wants to die. But before that, he manages to request for water. A letter from Faith waits on the fridge. Don't look for me. Goodbye. Now, this would never happen in real life because my wife and I love each other, but just imagine for a moment the love of your life ghosting you one day without any explanation. Prince Lawrence only has enough life in him to give Wolf enough time for one question. Who did this? With his final breath, the prince speaks his wife's name. But was that his answer? Or was he simply calling out to her? Ambition in her eyes, Snow opens the letter, hoping it might give them another lead. I'm sorry. Faith. 2 words meant for her husband, and he died without even getting the chance to read them. They have to find out who did this. A bullet lodged in the wall seems to match the angle, unless someone deliberately arranged this scene to make it look like Lawrence did it to himself. But the knife on the floor makes it seem more like attempted murder, although that still leaves the question of why anybody would want the prince dead. Inside the Murphy bed, he had a letter of his own, apologizing to his wife and promising that he would see her again. Hopefully, wherever they are now, they're together. So far, nothing in this apartment has helped to solve the murder mystery or give them a lead. But they haven't checked the closet yet.
Stay here!
No!
Hey! Stop! Leave me alone! Hey! Ease up, Bigby. We're on the same side here.
The question is, what does this Tweedle have to do with Faith at all? And I guess it also makes sense that the prince would want to off himself. I mean, I love my wife, and I would definitely follow her into the dark if she left. Backed up and back up, the Tweedle tells Wolf that he knows that he is looking for the woodsman, and he knows where Woody is at the Trip Trap, a bar. They could go together and get him. Wait a minute. Wasn't he looking for Woody too, or something that Woody had? That's why he was rummaging around his apartment. Tweedle then confesses that his employer also happens to be looking for the woodsman, but now the question is, who's your employer?
You're coming with me.
This could have been easy.
Don't worry. It still is. Come on.
Dumb.
Dumb? Yeah, it is. Look, it'd be much easier for you
No, I'm D. He's dumb.
You almost looked peaceful.
Yep.
Except you're lying in a dirty alley.
Yep.
With an open wound on the back of your head.
Yep. Where'd they go?
Well, after the one guy hit you, and the other one finished kicking you,
That explains the ribs.
then they jumped into a car and drove off. Come on, get up. Guess we're out of options.
Dee mentioned the Trip Trap.
Then that's where we'll go. I'll call a cab.
Feeling hard stuck on the case has started to wear Snow down, especially with whoever they're chasing always seeming to stay several steps ahead. Doubt troubles her. What Snow wants now is Bigby's honest opinion. Who killed Faith? Who left her on their doorstep? Why Faith? Why involve Wolf and Snow at all? As far as Bigby can tell, Faith was in trouble and afraid of somebody, possibly whoever she'd been working for. But plenty of questions remain. The next step is clear though. Find the woodsman, figure out what he knows, and go from there because he was among the last people to ever see Faith alive after all. Snow agrees that it's probably their best approach as the cab carries them throughout the city. The two awkwardly sit together in silence, looking for conversation to fill the void. Snow starts to say she wishes there were more they could do before cutting herself off. Bigby gives her the chance to finish, and everything she has seen that day comes pouring out. Beyond the residents of the Woodlands is an entire community of Fables struggling far worse than she ever could have imagined, with some of them even turning to prostitution. And yet so much attention remains focused on those inside of the building that everybody else gets forgotten. Snow wishes they could offer more assistance to the people in need, but Crane insists on running things his way. Bigby listens. To him, if she believes something needs to change, then she should do something about it because she is in a position to make a difference. But Wolf doesn't get it. Unfortunately, Ichabod tells Snow that anybody who comes to the business office with problems, she needs to send them away. But Wolf tells her, if you really want this, if you really want to help the Fables, you will find a way. She turns and gives a slight smile. He believes in her, supports her. Although her smile quickly diminishes. The problem, as Snow sees it, goes far deeper than just Crane. Their entire system is broken. Fabletown's government doesn't treat every Fable equally. Somebody very wealthy and influential, like Bluebeard, who donates a lot of money, can bypass the waiting room, enter through the back, and immediately get the attention of people in charge. Meanwhile, ordinary Fables who go through the proper channels line up and wait their turn to formally ask the business office for help are often dismissed, no matter how badly they need it. But what eats at Snow the most is that she is the one who has to stand there and tell them no. She begins to doubt herself and the work that she does because initially she thought public service was pure. She wanted to help and do good. Right away, Wolf derails her detrimental train of thought. Many would give up a lot to be in her position, and it is easier to influence change from her position inside rather than outside.
You're telling me change comes from within.
Sure.
Not the advice I imagined hearing from you.
I'm full of surprises.
Maybe you should handle this one.
Yeah, maybe I should.
However, before he goes, she calls out to him and tries to find a way to express that she cares about him, asking him to be careful.
Bigby. Just be careful, please.
Ready to earn that paycheck, Wolf enters the bar and finds a silver-haired woman behind the counter along with the same guy who got in his face earlier for skipping the line at the business office. "What do you want, Sheriff?" One hand rests on her hip, irritation already written across her face, no reason to lie, so he tells her plainly that he's looking for the woodsman. Her arms cross as she gets cross. He's not there, and as far as she's concerned, Wolf can leave. Look, all he wants to know is when Woody came by last. But instead of answering, she pretends to be an owl and asks, who? At the same time, her eyes dart towards the tense man sitting at the bar. Wolf's patience starts to wear thin. First, she claims the woodsman hasn't been there in a few weeks and checks the other man's reaction. Then the story changes again because now she's saying she doesn't know exactly when or that it's been a while since he's been here. Those repeated glances make it obvious that she's looking to that guy for input, so Wolf reminds her she's her own woman. Not to this. She leans into his face and says,
"Fuck off."
A photo pinned to the wall behind the bartender catches Wolf's attention. Woody's in it, which makes him look like a regular, and the woman herself is standing beside him in the picture despite acting as though she's never seen him before. A few empty glasses on the bar raise another question, but according to her, they belong to somebody who already left. And then Wolf asks, why hasn't she cleaned them up? No excuses come this time. Patience finally boiling over, or he feels confident enough to intervene, the man at the bar speaks up.
If you want a cleaner place, feel free to get the fuck out of here.
Wolf smugly calls attention to the hostility in his voice. Everybody goes quiet. A pack of matches catches Wolf's eye next, earning another irritated look from the woman. Same brand he found outside of Woody's apartment. She brushes that off as nothing more than advertising. Still treating her bar like a crime scene, Wolf moves on to the dart game. H stands for Holly, WD, Woodsman. He turns his attention back to the man trying to contain himself. Unable to resist poking the bear, he pulls out the stool next to him. The man points out there's plenty of other places to sit, but there's only one next to you. Wolf just can't help himself, it's in his nature. No response comes. Wolf simply stares at him. Holly asks, are you going to order something or are you going to continue bothering her customers? What customers? Give me a Midas Gold. You want a lime? Sure. Coyly and cleverly, Holly tells him to leave by saying the bar down the street has some. The man to his right chuckles. Can't blame him. Wolf asks him if he thought that was funny, and he slams his glass down. Hilarious. Bigby's yellow eyes settle back on Holly. He seems ready to bring this little game they're all playing to an end when suddenly, the toilet flushes from somewhere in the back. The entire bar falls silent. No one moves, and for a few seconds all three of them seem to hold their breath, waiting to see who comes through that door. The only thing missing is the sound of their heartbeats. The sheriff, though, keeps the same knowing look on his face. Had he smelled whoever was in there from the moment he walked in? If he had, why not just start with that? Who was this bathroom user?
Holly, you're out of paper towels and,
Number 1 or number 2? For your sake, I hope it was 2. Otherwise, you're probably shitting your pants right now.
You and me been going at it for hundreds of years. I'm through fighting.
You can always come quietly. Not sure you knew that was an option before. You're in luck. I decided to switch seats. last fella put his hand on me ended up with an axe in his head.
Last fella I put my hand on ended up in the ground.
It's okay, Gren. It's funny. Just a minute ago, no one seemed to know who you were. Yeah, well, everyone knows you. Big Bad Wolf. Now I'm the bad guy and you're a sheriff. What kind of fucking world is that, huh? Come on, Woody. You know why I'm here. You want to know what happened? Amongst other things, sure. It's funny. The shit you're willing to do for money. I'd walk past her place for weeks. She didn't look like it. She had money. I was sure of it. And she wouldn't put up any kind of fight. I was gonna rob her. And the night I finally get up the nerve to do it, there you are, fucking things up for me. You were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I wasn't there to save her.
What are you talking about exactly?
Red Riding Hood, her grandmother. I was there to rob him. But when I showed up, you were already there, lying in the bed. I only saved her because I thought she might give me a reward. But she didn't give me shit. Except a bunch of people thinking I'm something I ain't. I played along as I could. Only thing I managed to get from it was a free drink every now and again. Not a good that did.
Hey, stop! This isn't what I want!
Oh, shut the fuck up, Woody! Shit ain't just about you. It's about this fucking lapdog. Only comes sniffing around this part of town when the rich fucks in the Woodlands need a shakedown. Ain't that right, Bigby? Holly's sister goes missing. No one gives two shits about her. Paperwork, waiting rooms, and that bitch Snow White looking right past me, then ushering me out the fucking door. That all you got?
Seemed to be enough.
Don't be so sure.
Oh, good.
Should have walked out of here when you had the chance.
Apparently, Grendel is from Beowulf. I've personally never seen the film at the pictures, or read the, I think it's a poem, but I also never met a human who did. The poem, I mean. I'm pretty sure people went to the pictures and saw the film.
Come on. You're scaring the lady.
Don't worry about me.
He's had enough.
Time not change comes from within.
Whiskey. Double.
Bigby reaches for money, only to remember that he gave everything he had to Faith, not that Holly expected him to pay anyway. Woody starts edging backwards, but one glare from Wolf warns him to not even think about running. Woody's reluctance makes sense. Going with Bigby could mean receiving the same thrashing as last time, or something even worse after seeing what happened to Grenzel, even though Gren was the one who started the fight. But before anything else can happen, the door gets kicked open. One of the Tweedles. Wolf rolls his eyes. Perfect. Now there's two problems to deal with. By the way, are there any Wolf Among Us fans who can immediately know the difference between D and dumb? Like, are there any visual signifiers that can help you ascertain this? And can you share that with me, so that when I play the remaster, I can just look at them and know, oh, this is D or this is dumb. This Tweedle came looking for information about a girl, but the words die in his throat once he meets the wolf's gaze. Grendel is still sobbing after getting brutalized, leaving everybody to wonder who might be next. Everything centers on the wolf, but this moment of distraction gives the woodsman the chance to turn tail and run, only for the Tweedle to make the same decision. With barely a second to choose between them, Bigby roars in frustration and goes after the Tweedle, pinning him up against the wall like you would your best bro. Woody escapes, for now. Soon, the oversized handcuffs are on, and Wolf marches him back to the Woodlands. By the time they arrive, red and blue lights are illuminating the entire area. He cuffs the Tweedle to a post so that he can check it out, promising him that if he even tries to escape, he will throw him down the Witching Well. By the way, the Witching Well is a magical dumping ground reserved for dead fables, dangerous objects, and who or whatever else Fabletown never wants to see again. Nobody is entirely sure whether it has a bottom or precisely where it goes, but it is believed to lead directly to the land of the dead. Beast rushes towards the scene but gets stopped by the police, giving Bigby the opening he needs to slip by them. One officer is coming out, barely able to hold back his vomit. Two other officers spot Wolf and try to hurry to intercept him. What happened? Who was here? Coming up behind them, Wolf looks down and sees the decapitated head of Snow White. Bigby can't believe what he's looking at. He just said goodbye to her in the taxi a short while ago and now she's dead? Shouldn't have left her alone. How could he have let this happen? Who killed her? Why Snow? Why leave her like this? Why?
Mr. Wolf!
You're making this more difficult than it has to be.
Sparking a ciggy, the sheriff knows the drill. He's been around for centuries after all. He's got no interest interacting with Mundies. Nothing good or even useful will come of it. She tries breaking his ice, relating to him, enticing him, but silence and smoke is all that's going to come out of him. But to be honest, they couldn't hold him even if they tried. Looks like he's not going to need to though, because blood starts running down her nose. Wolf's brow rises above the dark circles around his eyes. Oh yeah, he still hasn't slept, and that little nap on the couch hardly counts. Detective Brannigan has no idea what's happening, while Bigby looks around to see whether anybody's going to come and help, still choosing to remain silent as a hill. But then she starts to hear something. Pressure builds. Please, please, she pleads, and then a sharp screeching stabs through her brain. Two loud bangs from the other side of the looking glass. What the hell is going on? She apologizes and begs to make the pain stop before her head finally smacks on the table. Dead silence. Until Crane walks in with a box full of evidence. The secrecy of Fables is a concern for all Fables. He had used a memory wiping spell on the entire police station. He's got all the footage, pics, records, everything the station saw in the last 24 hours magically erased from their minds. Can't forget the photo of Snow's head. Now awkwardly riding back together to the Woodlands, Bigby ensures they're on the same page. Crane helped. It doesn't change anything. He's still a POS. Fine, he says. He explains that they found Tweedledee chained to a post, with Bluebeard already interrogating him. And then Crane says this. He warns Bigby that people are concerned about his sheriff's conduct, so once they return to the apartments, he can't start abusing or torturing Dee no matter how difficult of a prisoner he is. As Bigby sees it, somebody hired the Tweedles to snoop around. Crane pushes back, arguing that this does not necessarily connect them to the murders of Snow or Faith. Until someone is proven guilty, they can't implicate them. And then Crane starts going on about how much he misses Snow. At this point, let the ride be over, please. Wolf's silence does not go unnoticed, but still that does not stop Crane from continuing. Life used to be so much simpler in the homelands. Something about New York seems to corrupt everything, turning even the smallest problems into something horrendously complicated. He then asks Bigby whether Snow said anything during her last conversation with him. Solemnness settles over his face as he searches for some reassurance that she had been all right, that she wasn't looking for trouble. But Bigby stays silent, and the longer he ignores him, the more Ichabod's eyes narrow with frustration. Sure, they have to find out what's happening, but Wolf has held his tongue long enough, and he can't wait to be done listening to him talk, especially about Snow. So a random thought I had was, when did the Fables immigrate from the homelands here to New York City? Because they talk about being here for centuries, but New York City didn't even exist under that name centuries ago. Back then, Manhattan was still home to the Dutch settlement of New Amsterdam, which was established in 1624, and it received its own municipal government in 1653. Although the lore never gives us an exact year of their arrival since so many of them trickled in over the years, we do know that Fabletown was founded sometime during the 1600s before the English took control of the settlement and renamed it New York in 1664. What I'm trying to say is that the Fables didn't move into New York City, the one that we recognize today. They were already living there while the city itself was becoming established and growing, and by 1986 the Fable community had existed in New York for more than 300 years. Maybe it's just me, but you would think with all that time, some of them would be wealthier. But I guess keeping a low profile protects the secrecy of the Fables, so maybe they just don't want that kind of attention. Once the car stops, Crane pleads with him to get to the bottom of this. For Snow. Hearing her name come out of his mouth again pushes Bigby a little bit too far. He gets out of the car, slams the door hard enough to crack the window. Down in the Woodlands basement, Bluebeard is wiping his blade clean, casually offering to a bloodied Tweedledee that if he just tells him what he wants to know, it'll be less painful. In theory. But instead, Dee makes a joke that he likes to rub his little sword. And Blue gets hot over this, putting his hands on Dee. Wolf and Crane walk in just in time to save him. Bluebeard greets Ichabod by first name, either because they know each other personally or he doesn't respect Crane. He greets Wolf by his title, so level of decency there. Ichabod vehemently reminds him that if he wants to take part in all of this, he cannot use violence. But Bluebeard just keeps his nonchalant composure as Bigby takes his turn to interrogate Dee. And as you might expect, he chooses to be difficult and waste their time. Bluebeard thinks that playing nice with this glib joker isn't going to get anywhere, and that cruelty is much more efficient. If only Crane wasn't there. Wolf maintains professionalism in spite of Dee continuing not to take him seriously. It's getting harder and harder to not let the beast inside come out. But he wants to change. Who he is hates who he's been. Pulling out a picture of Snow, he slams it directly in Dee's face. Genuine horror crosses him at the sight of it. Admitting that she mattered to him doesn't come easily for Wolf, and those words immediately draw the attention of Ichabod. Still claiming that he knows nothing, Dee then makes a point of saying that he and his brother remain loyal no matter what. But then that gives them another angle. Where is Dumb? Of course, he's not going to betray his own brother, so with that not going anywhere, Bigby turns instead to everything they found on his persons. No hesitation, he starts smoking his cigar. He offers a puff to Dee. Dee makes the mistake of blowing smoke back in his face. A sinister smile. And that's hands. But Wolf, stays laced, he doesn't trip. Instead, Bigby gets D to start talking, and this is where he starts to slip and trip. He mentioned looking for Faith, and he wasn't talking religion. Why her? What exactly was he looking for? Shoot, I just played this game and I forgot what he was looking for too. He tries to play it off like he didn't say anything, but denial is a river in Egypt. The wolf's got you now, bud. D says that the straps are too tight. Bigby realizes they weren't tight enough. Helping him out with that, Crane puts his hands on Wolf, infuriated that he's using physical force on a prisoner, but he tells him off, Bluebeard approving. Towering over their captive, he finally blurts out that Faith stole something that his boss wanted, and when he refuses to say more, Wolf relishes in taking his money. But the thought crossed his mind. What would Snow say if she were here?
Last chance, Steve. Who are you working for?
Fuck you! You're a piece of shit, Bigby! Beauty was right about you! You're just a sick—
Beauty? You're full of shit. Oh, we're good friends.
That's enough. I will not tolerate this savagery. You think someone was trying to kill Snow? Isn't it more likely someone was trying to get back at you by killing her? It's your violent behavior and inability to control your nature that caused this mess. If it weren't for you...
Fuck you!
What's going on down here?
Wolf can't believe his eyes, but here she is demanding to know why he was abusing a prisoner. He explains he thought she was dead, but just because she's not there doesn't mean we go back to becoming beasts. She sighs. It's done. Where had she been though? She explains that after she left them at the trip trap, she got a call from Toad who said his son found a dead body. A body they initially suspected was Faith's. It was not. But that's where she's been, and Wolf is glad she took care of things. She appreciates that validation. Maybe she's a Capricorn, but then again, I don't really know astrology, or whatever it's called. I'm not really tapped in like that. Scratching his beard like he always does, my cats do this too, he softly says Snow's name.
Snow, it's not your fault.
But she looked just like me. That can't be a coincidence. We just have to find out who did this. And why she was glamored to look like me. I mean, that's what it is, right? So, what's our next move?
We just keep doing what we've been doing. We do our jobs.
And I'm supposed to do what? Sit around the business office twiddling my thumbs, waiting for the big bad wolf to solve all my problems? Because that's what my job is right now.
That's not what I meant.
Well, then what did you mean? I told you, I'm tired of sitting around. I'm not going to be an errand girl for Crane anymore.
I just want you to be careful. I almost lost you once.
I'm not yours to lose. I'm sorry. I know it's dangerous, but I'm not helpless. I can take care of myself. I've been doing it for centuries.
You gotta love this dramatic romance thing they've got going on. Her exploding is valid, in my opinion, by the way. On top of the community woes resting on her shoulders, Fables are dying left and right. One of them was glamored to look exactly like her, then killed. I mean, that idea alone would mess with anybody on a multitude of levels, and they still don't know who's causing all this trouble or even where to start looking. But Toad Jr. might have answers. Snow reminds Wolf that he's just a little boy, so he can't be, well, him, basically. Toad and his son are in the middle of talking to the mirror when the wolf approaches, and the sight of him immediately makes the boy shrink back. Panicking, Toad tells the mirror to disappear before anybody can see what they're looking at. Naturally, he refuses to explain any of it. Snow lowers herself to Junior's eye level once again, and the boy steps closer to the woman he trusts. Even then, though, the thought of telling the big bad wolf about the dead body he saw makes him uncomfortable. The boy starts sniffling, the memory of what happened tightening its grip on him. Following Snow's lead, Wolf lowers himself to Junior's level and listens as he explains that he went swimming at night, but he started to hear noises nearby during this swim. You see, his father had always told him that whenever somebody comes around and while he's in the water, he needs to hide and stay beneath the surface. And he did. But a whimper interrupts the story. something horrifying appeared in front of him. It was a lady. TJ stops to wipe the tears away while his father assures him that everything is all right. Hoping to comfort him, Wolf reaches out his hand, but the frightened boy backs away and begins to cry even harder. "Careful," Toad warns him. Defeated, Wolf lets out a sigh. I know," Snow finishes, understanding that he meant well. Once the attention returns to Junior, the rest comes out in broken sentences, piece by piece, sniffle by sniffle. The lady that he saw fall into the water in front of him did not have a head. This child had a headless body dropped in front of him. Struggling to contain his fear and sadness, he let out that he thought the lady was going to pull him beneath because she had cinder blocks tied to her feet. But then a question comes for the wolf. Are the stories about him true? Can he truly tell when somebody's lying? A kind smile softens Bigby's face as he confirms it. Part of the job, and after all this time, he's gotten pretty good at it. Only then does the real reason for TJ's question become clear. A nervous glance goes toward his father before the boy asks him not to be mad. He reveals that despite his father's rule, he did not stay underwater. But I mean, come on. I'm physically an adult, and I would even get out of the water if a headless woman dropped in front of me. Toad still admonishes his son for disobeying, while Wolf tries to reassure TJ he's not in trouble. It is a fine line to walk, though. You don't undermine a father or make him look powerless in front of his kids, and you definitely don't discipline somebody else's child unless the parents aren't doing their job and their kid is doing something bad. At the same time, they need this information. The last thing they can afford is for TJ to clam up, so Snow gently asks him to continue what he saw next. Unsure whether anybody had noticed him in the water, TJ does recall hearing somebody say, "Stop laughing." Bigby immediately wants to know who said it and presses him to remember the exact words. "Stop laughing at me." It's gotten to the point where the questions are becoming too much. With TJ already frightened, both Toad and Snow have to caution Wolf against pushing the boy any harder for more information. So, Bigby finally backs off and lets the boy finish in his own time. After coming back above the water, TJ found nobody was there, so he ran straight home. And that was everything. Satisfied that the boy has told him all he can, Wolf lets him go, and he tells him he did a good job. TJ will remember that. After they leave, Snow asks if he's ready to go see the body now, but first he wants to take a look around. Tarot cards, antacids that Crane was taking, Snow's perfume that's going to be relevant later on, so we'll kind of remember that. Then he asks Mirror what he showed the toads.
Cinderella selling shoes, Rapunzel, Rose, and of course there's you. And I can't help note that you did not rhyme. Do try to stick to the rules next time.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Why were they looking at princesses? And I am curious about Cinderella, because remember her information was redacted, but I guess now she sells shoes? Cinderella, Rapunzel, somebody named Rose. But for now, ready to inspect the body, they head below the apartments. Wolf peers down the witching well. Wait, wasn't there a movie about cartoons that go down this well and come out in the real world? And then there's a prince that fights a bus thinking it's a monster. I could have sworn that was a real thing, but I literally can't remember anything else about it.
Wow. I didn't realize I've never seen her face before now.
You gonna be okay? You don't have to stay.
I want to stay. I'll be fine. It's just a little strange. The glamour is so effective, it's invasive. But just do what you need to do.
They find a brooch. Brooch? Am I saying that right? Brooch. But they don't recognize it beyond looking like something from the homelands. Even the green monkey doesn't know what this is. The cut on fake Snow's neck looks just like Faith's. Snow says she might have a ribbon in her mouth too then, but no. Shaken by the visceral sight of her own body, her own face dead like this, she asks him to close her mouth. Inspecting the corpse further, they find track marks on her inner thighs. indicative of, well, it could be a number of things here. Dope, fence, speedball, crank, crack, snow, ironically, but I don't know too much about that stuff. A closer look reveals that the glamour is far from perfect. Had it been properly made, the track marks would have been concealed as well, which points to something cheap and likely bought on the black market. Buffkin reminds them that making your own glamour isn't technically illegal, it's strongly discouraged, but there are no laws that actually prohibit it. But then there is another inconsistency which appears in the buttons of Snow and the fake Snow's coats. Now, finding out what else might be different means opening the woman's coat, an extremely uncomfortable and invasive step that Snow knows cannot be avoided. Still, she insists on doing it herself. Underneath, the woman's shirt is undone, revealing red undergarments. Wolf is empathetic to her feelings. He checks on Snow once more to see that she's still okay. It takes a while for her to warm up words, but when she does, Ichabod interrupts and tells them to hurry up. Back to the inspection then, the coat carries Snow's perfume, prompting her to ask how he even knows what she wears. Wolf can smell it, of course, though the bottle also sits openly on her desk for anybody to see. Anybody who happens to walk in for a business meeting, perhaps. Someone had picked out the perfume and told the woman to wear it. Someone with access to details that personal about Snow. Determining whether the rest of the clothing matches requires Bigby to question, is Snow wearing silk undergarments? Hating how deeply her privacy has already been invaded, she turns her head away, but still answers no. And then Wolf finds something. Snow recognizes this as some kind of magical object that she's seen before, though witches rarely make them anymore. Crane starts talking with worry written across his brow, and he doesn't stop talking. He says they shouldn't mess with it, that they need to have it examined, that it could be dangerous, until finally, Wolf tells him to shut up. They hear something inside, but then something terrible happens. A puzzle shows up. I hate puzzles. I would rather iron my socks. I would rather solo tank in Marvel Rivals for another season, another 2 seasons. I would rather watch YouTube ads than do puzzles. But then I realized that this wasn't even that bad of a puzzle, I was just overreacting. 2 things fall out. A picture of Snow and somebody with red hair, which Snow immediately grabs. The disbelief in her eyes. She knew this had gone missing from her apartment, but this? This was the last picture that she had of her and Rose, her sister. They also find a strand of her hair, but the moment that they turn away from the body, a green light begins to shimmer behind them. Opening the glamour appears to have broken the spell, and as the disguise fades, the woman on the table is revealed to be a troll. Seeing this, Crane crosses his arms and mutters that they should have left them all back in the homelands. What is he so pissy about? Wolf suggests they speak to Holly, and that is when everything clicks for Snow. Holly had reported her sister missing, but the case was never treated as a priority and eventually slipped through the cracks. And now, staring at Lily's body, Snow can't help feel that some part of her death is on her.
We have to go tell Holly.
Right. Who knows, she might know something about this. Who Lily was seeing.
Well, certainly another troll.
Bro, why are you so worked up over this?
We should go.
You can't go out there.
Why not?
It's too dangerous. Someone tried to kill you. Bigby, you can't let her go out there with you. You'd be putting her life at risk.
Bigby is not in charge of me.
He's in charge of this investigation.
That's not the same thing.
If Snow wants to come with me, I'm not gonna stop her.
But...
we should leave now. You ready?
Yeah.
That dude's got issues with possession and control. Crazy if you think you can tell someone who isn't even yours what they can and can't do. But at least it made Bigby look good. At the Trip Trap, Jack is walking back and forth while Gren is complaining about Bigby. The wolf lives rent-free in this man's mind. They complain about how the sheriff only cares about and works for the wealthy Fables at the Woodlands. Well, you know what they say. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Grendel isn't as confident as last time. Holly puts glasses away. Jack, well, he's a Jack all right.
Every time I see this guy, he seems to lose weight. It's amazing, it really is. He loses weight and yet somehow keeps all the muscle.
Jack.
Wolfie, my dear, how are you?
Staying focused, Wolf does his best to talk to Holly in private, although they would have words with him first. Talks about how Crane released Tweedledee and he was just here complaining about how Bigby abused his power and kept him locked up in a cellar, breach of legislative duties.
He's so dumb as
Jack, find the off button, now!
What is it with you two? You and Gran are all, let's get a posse together when there's no one around, but as soon as the big bad wolf walks in, your tails go between your legs. Cat got your nerve? What happened?
What happened? I'm tired is what happened.
Tired of what?
Of trouble, Jack. I'm sick and tired of trouble. I don't want any more. So just stop revving his motor, or wait outside, or fuck the hell off. I don't care which.
Bigby, look. 2 Fables are dead. And shit, Gren's sister...
Holly's sister.
Holly's sister has been missing for what? A few days now? And we haven't heard word one about it from anyone.
Actually, have there been any updates on my sister?
I don't know how to say this to you, Holly. The woman we found in the river.
Who was it?
You know who it was.
Boy, I sure walked into that one.
If you say one more fucking thing, just one more thing. God fucking damn it! Of course, the dear Princess Snow fucking White is all safe and sound. Where were you when we reported this weeks ago, huh? Where are you when we ever fucking need you? If you'd give 1 ounce of a shit about her, about any of us, she might have been saved. She might have been cared for. She might have been...
Holly hangs her head as the weight of her dead sister settles over her, leaving her sitting alone there with all the questions that often come too late. Could she have been there for Lily? Would she have been able to save her? Why didn't she try harder to connect with her? Why?
Holly,
Get the f out of my bar.
I just want
It should have been you. It should have been you, and it wasn't.
Death stare in her eyes. Snow White. She lies on a bed of pretty flowers above everybody else, pretending to care about the common folk. Big Bad Wolf, her own personal bodyguard. Of course, she's untouchable while...
We recovered this from her personal effects. I thought you might like to have it.
I didn't know she still had this. The copper was from a dwarf mine. It's very rare and very old.
Bigby knows that despite it being evidence, it's the right thing to do, and it softens Holly a bit, directing her rage at the person who didn't kill her sister. It's not going to do anything. She tells Grendel to leave for a bit, and out of concern for his friend, he just wants to make sure she's sure. Looking in Snow's eyes, she's sure. Grendel takes Jack with him and they leave. Holly gets to her feet, walks over to the bar, takes a swig, prompting Wolf to ask why she and Lily had stopped speaking. And in hindsight, the reason felt painfully petty. Lily came to the city, only to fall into hard drugs and prostitution. But it wasn't like she had many other choices. She was drowning in debt and doing whatever she could just to afford to live. Holly hated watching her sister destroy herself in that way. And when she confronted her about it, the argument turned into a falling out that neither of them ever got the chance to repair. Still, Holly is able to give them their next lead. Lily had been working for Georgie at the Puddin N Pie, a strip club that keeps women buried beneath crushing debt so that they can never truly leave, forcing them to sell their bodies just to survive. After thanking Holly for everything, Snow and Wolf ask whether there's anything they can do for her, understanding at least some of the turmoil she must be going through. Holly insists that she would rather handle it alone, but Snow tells her that fables are supposed to look out for one another. It feels like her attempt to prove that even if Crane and the rest of the government don't really care about people like Holly, she wants to become some small part of the change that actually does help the community. And Holly hears this, finally accepting the offer and asking where Lily's body is. She wants to recover her sister and give her a traditional troll funeral, old world customs and all. Wolf won't deny her that right. Lily is her sister, not merely a piece of evidence or an object. Holly seems almost surprised by how he quickly agrees, but also answers with a firm, "Okay, good," as if to say, "Damn right it is." Before he leaves to go see Georgie Porgy, Snow expresses her approval of Wolf's behavior, further providing positive reinforcement saying how impressed she was and how it made everything easier. Pulling up to the Puddin N Pie, a woman takes notice of the wolf at her door. Surprised, she puts on her work voice, walks him in, recites the same spiel that she tells the men who visit. Discretion is our guarantee. Ribbon on her neck. So then Wolf asks, "Did you know Lily?" But just like it's 1983 on the Go-Go's album Beauty and the Beat, our lips are sealed. I don't know how many of you guys are going to get that reference, but it's a pretty famous song. You've probably heard it.
Did you know Lily? She worked here?
My lips are sealed. You'd better ask Georgie.
What do you think you're doing? You look like you're trying to take a shit. Who's gonna want that? No one's gonna want that. You dozy.
I can take it from here.
Georgie barks at the girl to smile, never letting up for a second as he continues to tear into her. When Bigby approaches, Georgie immediately tells them they're closed, but the girl stops dancing the moment she sees him. Does she recognize him? Is she relieved he's here? Georgie screams at her to keep going, but she's reluctant and doesn't. When Bigby tells him to back off, Georgie actually does. The girl gives Bigby a small, appreciative smile, grateful that finally somebody stepped in to defend her. Frustrated, he shuts the music off and then goads Bigby, asking him if he's here to partake. Maybe he wants the girl on stage. Him offering her makes her body close off. He continues to prance around with his words, mocking the sheriff and his whole big bad wolf act. But it's not an act, and Georgie knows this. That's why only 2 steps forward, he changes tone very quickly. If his words could put their hands up, they would. He says he's just joking, he didn't mean it, and he knows why the wolf is breathing down his neck. Georgie slices right into the pie, but first explains why people around here come to him. They can't wait around and sit in lines waiting for the Woodlands to finally spare them a little bit of attention because more often than not, the common folk are forced to look out for themselves anyway. When something happens in this part of town, Georgie knows about it. So you know Lily was glamored. Of course she was, you daft git. She was a troll. No, I mean glamored to look like another Fable. He retorts that nobody cares, that everybody feeds their dark desires when they think nobody's looking. Getting worked up, Wolf jams his finger at him. He got Lily cheap glamour as part of a sick fantasy, but Georgie quips back. Feet still kicked up, he expected the wolf to thug steady, to barge in, throw around baseless accusations and use intimidation. Georgie spits on the floor, glances at the girl, mocking Bigby for what he's become. The big bad wolf, he used to be something, you know, and now he's just a tool who expects people to jump whenever he looks at you. All jabs aside, Georgie insists that Lily looking like Snow wasn't for him personally. He would never involve himself with that kind of heat, so Bigby calmly asks the next obvious question. Then, who was she doing this for? Georgie refuses to play along. Instead, he turns the music back on and dismisses him entirely. Bigby starts to huff and puff, and Georgie immediately shoots up, calling attention to the wolf beneath the badge. This is what always happens whenever Bigby gets involved. No matter how much he pretends to have changed, sooner or later the big bad wolf comes back out. The words make Bigby hesitate, but Georgie keeps pushing up until he winds up for a punch. In the process, he knocks over his own boombox and breaks it, only to turn around and lash at the girl, ordering her to leave. Calming his voice down to address the sheriff, he asks if he's proud of himself. I don't know where Blonde Muscle came from, but Georgie shoves the broken boombox in his chest, tells him to get lost. Hans looks a little bit hurt, quietly taking the box away, except now Bigby wants to question him. Georgie immediately intercepts. Hans doesn't know anything. He cleans the place, provides a little bit of muscle whenever needed, but that's about it. Discretion is our guarantee. It's the club's entire shtick, and for it to stick, nobody can know too much. Not the dancers, not Hans, and supposedly not even Georgie himself. Everybody simply closes their eyes, looks the other way, pretends to not see what happens around them.
What's that?
Isn't there a little book with all the stuff about the girls and all that written in
You're
it?
a fucking moron.
Show me.
There is no book. And as for you, Hans, we need to work on your communication skills and have a fairly good idea where to start. Hey, that's my personal property. Sure, go ahead. Do what comes naturally.
Tell me about the book.
Using his nature against him isn't going to work again. But the mere threat that Bigby would use the crowd control stick to smash up the place is enough to make Georgie see the numbers. Denying up, up, down, down, left, right, BA start that there is no book is too expensive to keep doing. So he shows Wolf a key and opens up a safe in the floor, shoving the book at him. Bigby sees the last entry, and he asks, who's Smith?
Who's this Mr. Smith?
Oh dear. I'm afraid it might be a fake name, Bigby. Secrecy is sort of how this all works. Even Hans knows that.
What's 207? Room number?
I don't fucking know. Millimeters, maybe?
Don't bullshit me, Georgie. This is your book. Your girls.
I'm not their fucking secretary. I give them a stage. I give them music. I provide an erotic venue to attract and retain clients. But let's be clear on something. The girls make the arrangements with their clients, not me. The girls. They're the ones with the Mr. Smiths and Joneses and Mr. X types. Whatever happens outside the club, that's on them. I log the business, take my cut, and I'm out. Now, I've had quite enough of you and your bullying. Excuse me while I call your superiors to make a complaint.
Looking back in the safe, he finds the money he had given to Faith. Taking it back plus interest, he then goes to the back to find the girl who looks like she wants to tell him something. Right away, he sees Lily and Faith's cubbies. Faith's stuff was broken into. Now, this is important because it's going to answer a big question that we'll go over later on. Wolf picks up a note on the floor, and it says, Faith, thanks for covering for me tonight. Let's talk before you go over to the apartment. Lily. Lily asked Faith to cover for her. So Faith covered a job that Lily was supposed to take. This begs the question, whose apartment did Faith go to cover at? And why wasn't Lily able to make it if she was the one who was booked to go to that apartment? Just keep that in the back of your head for now. Rounding about, he finds that girl, who admits she's never seen him here before, to which he answers he never had a reason to before. Also, I do want to point out the lost cat paper on the wall, the July calendar with all the girls' names and schedules, and on the right of the mirror are reminders of smile, minimal eye contact, find your own happy place, and then there's a suicide prevention note. And when you really stop to think about it, it's these girls who were working in this broken place that put these notes here, or at least one of them.
Does the number 207 mean anything to you? I assumed it was a room number, but where?
We can't talk about work.
This is a murder case.
I mean, can't. These lips are sealed. Discretion is our guarantee.
By the way, some of you guys probably thought, just like myself at first, that Ariel was the Little Mermaid's name, but looking it up, the original story from the 1800s doesn't actually give her a name. Wolf gets angsty, wanting to know about Smith and room 207, but even though she struggles to answer, all she says is these lips are sealed. But then she gets an idea, asking if he wants to make an appointment with her. Now, it doesn't take a detective to know what's up, so he agrees, forking over the $150 that he just tactically acquisitioned from Georgie to book with her. After confirming things with him, Nerissa returns with the key to room 204. For some reason, he questions this, and I question, who's the detective here? Nerissa says he'll think of something as he looks at the key. The Open Arms Hotel. Walking down the street, these places aren't usually too far from each other. He sees one of the cops who was at the crime scene when they thought Snow died. It seems he partakes in the fruit of hedonism. Covering his face as he walks by, Wolf looks at him before being welcomed in with open arms. Firing up a dart? That's a good question, by the way, glad you asked. Why does Bigby Wolf smoke so much? I think it's probably because he's like Wolverine. You know, he's got a super enhanced sense of smell, but this also means that he can smell everything, every perfume, every stench, every breath, or whatever comes out of humans, and so he smokes packs and packs of cigs to sort of mute or mask the bombardment of so many various smells that would otherwise be a bit too overwhelming, especially in an establishment such as this.
Ugh, this shit'll kill ya.
Bigby starts to head upstairs, but somebody stops him. He's got to pay for a room first. When he approaches the window, the woman behind it leans down and sees who is there. Immediately she gasps. It's Beauty. I had almost forgotten about the whole hiding in the bushes at night situation, so what exactly was she doing here? Well, as it turns out, Beauty works at this hotel to help cover rent. Despite living in the relative luxury of the Woodlands, she and Beast can't afford it. They're too accustomed to living like royalty, and they refuse to give up that lifestyle, while Beast has far too much pride to accept that his wife needs to work and help support them. Bigby, however, could not care less. This has absolutely nothing to do with him, wealthy people problems. But Beauty assumed that because he never told Beast about seeing her outside that night, it meant that he cared. Apparently, she didn't hear him the first time either. He's staying out of it. When Bigby asks about Lily, Beauty says that she's seen her around here, but that's about all she knows. And then he remembers what Dee said about her. So he asks, how does she know the Tweedles? And Beauty circles right back to the same financial problems that brought her here. You see, she had taken out a loan from somebody called the Crooked Man, and now Dumb and Dee will not stop pestering her to repay every cent, along with the interest piling on top of it. Wolf says her name, concerned and in disbelief that she would go to the Crooked Man. She was desperate though, and when he tells her to come see him or Snow next time, she begrudgingly says,
If this ever happens again, come see me or Snow first, alright?
I tried.
Wolf looks to the side, a tad ashamed. But there's not much more to say about that. The system is the way it is, and everybody involved knows the nature of the beast. So moving on, Beauty says he's going to look a lot less suspicious if she walks up to the rooms with him. But honestly, who's going to ask him what he's doing? The cop that already left? The Crooked Man? Is he getting his Silk Sonic on? Like, let's be real here. Bigby is the sheriff on business, and even if he's not, he's got a key, so he could just walk into his room. So who's going to say he looks suspicious? And then she asks if she can be left out of the report that he's going to have to write up later. But if she really wanted to be left out, she should have just let him do his own thing, especially when she recognized who he was. Nonetheless, Wolf says she doesn't have to worry. Little side thing you can do in this game, by the way, you can get Beauty to open up rooms that are currently occupied. You don't see anything, but it is kind of funny. You open a door, people freak out, Beauty gets mad because she could lose her job. You could also try going into room 204, the room that Nerissa gave you the key for, but there's nothing in there. They walk over to room 207, the main reason he's here.
7. Open this one.
Well, that's weird. This key is supposed to open every room in the building, but it's not working.
Beauty!
Ah, shit.
Beast?
Bigby? How could you do this to me?
No, sweetie, no. Wait a minute.
How could you do this? We've been together through everything. I took care of you. I love—
It's not what you think. Please.
You're cheating on me! With him?
No, Beast. I promise I'm not. I'm helping him. That's all.
I'll bet! I'm sure you help each other just great! I know what this place is! I know what goes on here!
That's not what I meant!
This is a murder investigation. She's helping me—
Stop lying to me! What the fuck is wrong with you? She's my wife!
Beast, listen to me! There's nothing going on! I'm not—
Hey! Bastard! I guess I finally see you for who you are!
Stop! Stop it!
Is this you staying out of it? I thought I could trust you!
Listen to your wife. Just
calm down and...
Beast! What the hell do you think you're doing? You aren't even listening to me!
She's my wife, Bigby!
I told you! Just stop! Please! Leave him be! This is my fault! Please, no! I understand!
So I really didn't want to gouge his eye out. First off, because every time I played this game, I usually gouge his eyes out. And secondly, I mean, he's just upset over a misunderstanding, and I just didn't think he deserved it. But
Bigby, no! Don't hurt him!
You ruined everything! She's my fucking wife! Shit!
What have you done?
Bigby.
Look what you did to the door! You can't just act like this whenever you—
Stand back! You don't want to see this.
What? Why? What's going on? Oh my god!
Don't touch anything.
Is this?
Lily met her client here, Mr. Smith, whoever he is.
And then?
Must have happened right here.
Jesus.
Last night?
Yeah?
I was on shift last night.
On shift? Beauty, what?
I'm not a prostitute, you idiot. I work the front desk.
So that's...
Yeah.
Still, this is no place for someone like you. I mean, look.
Can we please not talk about this?
Do you remember who rented this room last night?
I don't think anyone did. Not last night. Maybe they have it long term. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? It just seemed like a totally normal night. How is that even possible? There's so much blood.
Go lock the front door. Keep people out of the hallway. I need you to be sure no one comes in here. This is a crime scene, okay?
But...
Just do what he says. I'll explain later, okay?
a beast is a big dude, built like a beast. What do you guys think, by the way? 6 feet, 6'1" maybe? 200 something pounds of muscle? Bigby himself looks about 5'10", 5'11". I'm just guessing here based on the door, but I think if Beast and Wolf fought each other to the death, Wolf would win. Side tangent aside, the sheriff begins searching the room, and it quickly becomes clear that Lily was murdered here on a bed of flowers. On the table, he finds a storybook containing the Monday version of Snow White, specifically focusing on the moment she eats the enchanted apple and falls into a deep sleep. So what we have here is somebody who is extremely fixated with Snow White, and they bought Lily to reenact his sick fantasy for him, hence the bed of flowers. But it gets even deeper than that. Bigby notices a Huff and Puff cigarette, same brand he smokes. He's one of the only ones who smoked that brand. He also finds a bottle of 1934 Di Domenico wine. Where have we seen that before? Inside the closet is the dress Lily wore to make herself look like Snow White, only now it's been violently torn. Whoever did this was extremely rough with her, rough with Snow White. Finding a cassette tape, Bigby puts it into the player, and Beauty reveals that she heard this music playing very loudly last night. It is ambient nature music, chosen to complement the entire Snow White scene, but Bigby realizes it serves another purpose. The murderer used it to mask the sounds of Lily's death. On the floor, Bigby finds a bitten apple, another piece of the scene they were acting out. Beauty is astonished by the man's obsession with Snow White and the tenacity with which he pursues his own depravity. Wolf then notices an envelope tucked beneath the rug.
Are those pictures of the dead girl?
Not all of them.
How do you know?
I'm in this one. It was taken last winter.
Oh no. Bigby. This kind of stalking, it doesn't just stop by itself. Trust me, I know about this firsthand. He'll keep trying to get closer and closer.
His stand-in for Snow is gone now, so...
The next step closer. What is it?
It's... Crane.
Damn, I just knew something was disgusting about Ichabod, and now this confirms it. This is just... He is sick, demented. I can't imagine being Snow, or being any woman really, and finding out that some guy you work with every single day has been thinking about you like this, going so far as to act out some kind of twisted sexual fantasy built entirely around you before murdering the woman he paid to play your role. And that woman looks exactly like you. Like, really think about that. Imagine how depraved this person is to use glamour magic to perfectly replicate your body and then to defile your body. I haven't felt this level of visceral repulsion since I made that video on No Means Nothing. It also gives me the same feeling as Obsession, where Bear wants Nikki so badly that he convinces himself it's somehow okay to violate her in every possible capacity. But also, when Crane smashed the mirror, you could see the absolute horror in Mirror's face when he saw it coming.
Spineless little f***ing rat.
Crane? Ugh, God, you think you know a person. Bigby, you have to tell her.
I know!
What's going on? What did you find up there? You know, other than the...
Crane's the killer.
What? Ichabod Crane? How do you know?
Shit!
Crane's been... Whoa! Bigby, calm down. Everything's going to be fine. Okay, it's going to be fine.
Will someone please explain this to me?
Crane has been stalking Snow White. The room is covered in evidence.
I have to tell Snow what's going on right now.
Okay, it's going to be okay. Where did you see her last? Did she say where she was going?
She took Holly to the business office to prepare for the funeral.
Lily's funeral?
Yeah.
How do you know?
I was just at the Trip Trap, and I heard Gren telling some folks about a funeral at the Buckingham Bridge.
Trip Trap? Are you drinking?
When?
Right now. They were on their way out.
Bigby! Wait.
What?
Snow's been through a lot. There are things she doesn't talk about. Just please be careful when you tell her. And you should tell her. But...
What are you trying to say?
You know how you felt when you saw that picture? Well, it's going to be much worse for her. Just remember that.
With this revolting revelation that Crane is nauseatingly infatuated with Snow, who knows for how long, Wolf takes a cab to the Buckingham Bridge where Snow is officiating Lily's funeral. Immediately noticing Wolf and knowing that he wasn't invited and that nobody would take kindly to his presence, She shakes her head no at him, so he waits, walking in circles as she talks about how the pain of loss won't ever really stop, but that with each passing day, they'll be able to carry that hurt. Wolf then walks over to the ofrenda, Lily's troll helmet among whiskey and letters. Her sister and friends wrote their goodbyes, regrets, wishes, and remembrances. When Snow's done, she calls out to Bigby. Vivian, the woman from the Puddin N Pie who walked him in, turns around, as well as Holly, who doesn't hesitate to state that he doesn't deserve to be here. She is enraged at the fact that Bigby lied. He said she could get her sister's body so that she could be honored with a traditional troll funeral, but instead, Lily was thrown down the witching well. Snow interjects, saying that it was Crane who did that himself without anybody's knowledge, so nobody could have been there to stop him. But Holly's anger does not subside. She doesn't like Bigby, so she relents even still that he doesn't actually care about any of this. However, Wolf just focuses his own anger at Prick, calling him a crane, and Grendel approves of this, surprised they've found a common enemy. Wolf then manages to dispel some of the animosity between himself and Holly, even if just for a moment, by telling her that he has a lead on the person who murdered her sister. Snow tries to intercept, insisting they discuss this in private, but she probably should have gone quietly with Wolf to the side in the first place, instead of announcing his arrival to the entire group and then making a scene, because now everybody understandably wants to know who killed Lily. Snow persists. They're going to speak in private first, promising Holly that she's going to explain everything afterward. Holly concedes, but reminds Wolf that once his business here is finished, he needs to leave. He is a walking calamity. Everywhere the big bad wolf goes, trouble follows. Bigby feels that comment on a spiritual level. While Snow and Biggs talk in private, everybody tries to refocus back on the funeral. Bigby tells Snow Crane was getting his massages from... Oh, I just realized. Snow spoke with Vivian on the phone back in the beginning when Crane told her to call about his massage. That is Vivian. That's the same Vivian here. I just made that connection. You guys ever play a game over and over again for years, and then like 10 years later, you're still discovering new things that were in the game, and it's kind of like moments? But yeah, Wolf tells Snow everything, and she turns around, grossed out hearing this, doing her best to not picture her boss doing things to her body. In slight disbelief, she asks Bigby if he is sure, and he responds that Crane had been recording his visits with Lily. There is photograph evidence. Before discussing more, Nerissa walks up saying it's time for Snow to give her last words before leaving, even though she just did that, like it was what she was doing when Wolf arrived. As Snow leaves, Nerissa asks Wolf if he found what he was looking for. He tells her Lily was murdered at the hotel, but then...
Nerissa! Yeah, coming!
Constable? Wait, easy now, girl. You know how this goes. The first thing in a visit, you say, how do you do? How do you do? That way, it's proper.
What are you doing here?
That is the question, isn't it? Or at least a question. We'll snip to the chase for all sakes. A little bird told us that you're fitting to go after Crane. And you see, we have an interest in that particular boy. So you leave Crane alone, and we'll leave you alone. Just take a little vacation is all. Don't even have to go anywhere. Just sit in your office and whistle to heaven for a few short days.
You're trying to pull this shit at a funeral? We can deal with this later.
No, not later. Later's too late. Right now. So what's it gonna be? We have a deal? You leave Crane alone, and we leave you to yours? Brother, speak your mind. Fastly now. What's it gonna be?
Just don't hurt anyone, D.
That don't sound like a yes to me. Always wanting to do things the fun way.
Ladies, gentlemen, invertebrates, please, rest easy. This is not...
What the hell is going on?
What's happening?
Very sorry to impose, but we only had a deal to work out with Bigby.
And we're unhappy to report that things did not go as smoothly as planned.
Bigby, what is he talking about?
Never you mind that, it ain't any of your...
What deal?
Settle down now. Yeah, everyone just stay where you are, nice and natural, like we're just out having a spring picnic.
They want me to leave Crane alone.
Crane?
Oh, now you shouldn't have done that, old boy. Really. That wasn't right, telling everyone our dealings.
What did I tell you? What did I say?
Holly?
You think you motherfuckers can come here uninvited? You think you can just fucking interrupt Lily's funeral?
Calm down, darling. It was just a simple business transaction.
You fucking freaks are not getting away with this.
Holly, don't move.
Yeah, listen to your lady, love. Things don't have to turn sloppy now.
Holly, let me handle this.
Yeah, let's spare all the fuss. It's just a dead whore.
I'm gonna kill you!
Holly!
Holly!
I got it, dumb.
In the words of the great poet, Ice Cube, shotgun bullets are bad for your health. Shells? Back in the business office, Wolf is getting stitched up by Dr. Swinehart. He's fine. Unfortunately, Mirror won't get put together that easily. Bigby stands up, and the doctor tells him not to strain or stress his body and to get some rest. Both Grenzel and Holly are in recovery as well. Swinehart starts to leave, telling Wolf to eat more chicken because...
And eat more chicken. Your blood pressure's through the proverbial roof.
Look, I'm not the one who creates the situations. I'm just the one who has to deal with them.
So you say.
Business office. I know, I'll have to call you back. The town is starting to find out.
Well, I'll leave you two to it then. Miss White? Bigby?
So, to recap...
Crane watched me through the magic mirror uncover his room at the open arms, and then he smashed it so we couldn't use it ourselves to go after him. And we know this because Buffkin was drinking in the rafters. That about cover it?
Once he puts all the pieces back together, it'll be easy to catch Crane. So, I guess that's the plan, currently. But I don't know.
That's the plan? Just wait for the mirror?
It's all we have right now. What the hell is going on? I don't know what the Tweedles get out of this. I don't know if Crane sent them. I don't know if... I mean, this is gonna sound crazy, but do you really think Crane did it? Everything points to him, I get it, but do you really think he killed those women? Because it's incomprehensible to me.
I'm as confused as you are, to be honest. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
He was a conniver, a coward, a liar, and I'll always hate him for that. And I'll hate him for how he held me in his thoughts. But murdering prostitutes? Ow! Everything okay over there?
Yes, Miss White. I just cut myself on a piece of the glass. Nothing to worry about.
Thanks for tonight, by the way. That could have gone really terribly. I mean, even worse than it did. I'm glad you were there.
I just feel bad for Holly, really.
Yeah. Time heals everything eventually. At least, I hope so, for her sake. Can I, ask you a question? It's kind of personal. And I don't want to offend you, but after tonight, it's on my mind.
Why? What's on your mind?
It's just, when stuff hits the fan, like it did tonight, it feels like before we came to the city. It feels kind of like home. And I've heard it said that maybe in some tiny little bottled up way deep inside, you kind of enjoy it when things go wrong. Because it gives you an excuse to just,
Wolf out, she means, but she used the word pretending. Is that what she thinks he's been doing this whole time? Pretending to be better than who he used to be? Again, a reminder about his nature, and he doesn't really know how to respond, simply asking why she wants to know. She just drops it altogether, and Buffkin calls them over saying the mirror cannot be restored because Crane took one of the shards. The mirror could regenerate by himself eventually, but that would take a very long time, which they don't have. Snow is frustrated by all of this, saying now they have to sift through Crane's things to look for clues. Buffkin looks down, feeling like it's his fault, so Bigby goes to check on him. Little bro is so eager to help, letting Wolf know that before he left, Crane said he needed to see his witch, the one he got his snow glamours from. That was helpful, and Wolf lets him know. He also tells him the whole mirror thing, it wasn't his fault. Hearing this, you can see a little bit of glow in Buffkin's eyes. On Icky's desk, there's a key for room 207.
It's the key to his room at the Open Arms.
You still haven't told me what was in there.
Crane was, paying Lily to live out a fantasy of him and you together. Forgive me if I spare you the details.
I keep thinking back. I keep replaying moments in my head. Interactions with him when he'd catch me in the elevator or bump into me outside. There's only so much you can repress,
Snow, you couldn't have known.
No, I could have.
Looking at a letter from Wayland Smith, who oversees the farm, at least for now. I don't want to mention more because I feel like in Wolf Among Us 2, they might show a certain somebody. He's been requesting funding to improve living conditions over there, stating that being sent to the farm shouldn't be a punishment. However, Crane didn't care. It is no wonder that the farm has a bad rep. The living conditions must be abysmally horrid. Another ignored letter, this one from Boy Blue. Somebody we don't see in this game, but they live in Fabletown and later the farm. He is considered a hero amongst the Fables. Oh, and he's a Mundy. Apparently, 3 months ago he asked Crane to fix their AC. It is so hot that Pinocchio's skin is splintering. A third letter from Toad telling Crane to get his ish together because he's been asking for repairs for quite some time. Did Crane ever do any work? Only when Cole was around, Snow says. Finding a book locked in the desk, opening it. I don't know if TellTale would think we wouldn't notice this, but when he opens it, it's on the Witching Cloak page, and to the right is the Torn page. But when Wolf turns it, it's the same thing. Still the Witching Cloak page, and the Torn one on the right. Also, small detail here, Witching Cloak. It's a magical item that does a variety of things from indissolubility, whatever that means, to making you invincible, invisible, and it allows you to teleport as well as transform into, well, the picture shows a bird, but at the bottom, the caretaker of this item appears to be Boy Blue. Cool little extra bit of lore for those of you guys who are still paying attention. Moving on, Buffkin says that the page that was torn out has to be a magical ring that was assigned to Crane's witch. When asked why he didn't mention all of this before about Crane's witch, the 3-foot-tall winged monkey said nobody asked, and also that he's hung.
What's going on? Is the mirror fixed yet?
Bluebeard, this isn't the time.
Is the mirror fixed or isn't it? You called me to...
I called just to see if you knew where Crane could be, and that was it, okay? And I'm sorry I said anything more than that.
Well, you did, and I know. The cat's out of the bag.
Bluebeard starts to scream at them, insisting they have no idea what they are doing, and he demands to know what is going on so that he can take care of it himself. Snow pushes back, telling him that this is none of his concern, but Bluebeard immediately questions who put her in charge. He reminds everyone that he donates a lot of money to this office and believes that gives him more authority to call shots. Then Buffkin accidentally lets everything slip, The mirror, the ring, the lion, the witch, the wardrobe. Now, for whatever reason, Bluebeard is heavily invested in catching Crane. He's far too eager to meddle in this investigation, and if there's one thing that I have learned about characters such as this one, it is that they usually stand to benefit somehow. Question is, what exactly does Bluebeard get out of this? Snow clearly suspects that he's up to something too, but for now she turns back to Bigby and asks where he's gonna go next. In order to find out where the witch lives, he either needs to look for a lead at Dee's office, Crane's penthouse, or Holly's bar. I decided to go with Crane's place first since Bluebeard was in such a hurry to go there. Well, now he's going to visit the Tweedles. Heading upstairs, we see Briar Rose, aka Sleeping Beauty, living in room 1901. King Thrushbeard lives in 1902. Thrushbeard, by the way, is another Brothers Grimm fairy tale about a princess who learns humility when her father forces her to marry a beggar. I guess that's one way to teach. Terrible way, but I guess it is a way. Now, Crane's apartment is already opened by the time that we get there, but who broke in? Because Crane's obviously not here. Looking around, there is a portrait of himself, books on self-help and love-making, and an old photo of King Cole, him, and Snow. There's more bottles of wine, matching the brand at the open arms. There's also a mini statue of the Headless Horseman, a nod to his fairy tale. But then Wolf finds an envelope with money and a letter for the Crooked Man. Crane had been dealing with the Crooked Man this whole time. He had been funneling money from the Woodlands funds to the Crooked Man, but was afraid that Snow would notice, which she did, just didn't connect it to this. Confiscating the money to give back to the business office, he then finds a love letter from Crane to Snow.
If I'm unable to control myself, it's because I love you.
Gross. He finds a key, a Christmas note from somebody named Jeremy, and Bigby remembers that Ichabod used to be a teacher. I just remembered the movie Sleepy Hollow. Jack Sparrow actually plays Ichabod in that movie. Playing the answering machine, he hears a woman drawling out Crane's name in a menacingly melodic way. She tells him pay up by Friday, and everybody will get to stay upright, meaning not down in a ditch, or not crooked. I don't know if I had to explain that, but there you go. Whoever this person is, she just sounds unhinged.
Jack? Wow, it is just unbelievable running into you here. I mean, of all the places. This weather, right? A little damp, I guess, but, some people like that sort of thing. I've always wondered, do you get that wet dog smell when it rains?
Explain yourself, now!
Okay. I know what it looks like, but before you go jumping to conclusions, Crane pays me to water his plants when he's gone. It's a stipend, but I need the work. I wouldn't do it for free, right? You know me. So, anyways, now that I'm done...
I don't see any plants.
What Jack was really here for was to steal from Crane once he had heard he was skipping town. Felt that he didn't need some of these valuables anymore. Jack says he doesn't know anything and he tries to leave, but he'd have better luck climbing up a beanstalk, stealing from giants, and climbing back down before he gets past the big bad wolf. This, Jack knows, so he offers him a deal. He knows who the witch is. Let him go, he'll tell him. But the wolf doesn't negotiate with thieves. Jack tells him anyway. The witch's name is Auntie Greenleaf. He admits that he doesn't know why Crane goes to her, but he puts 2 and 3 together. If he isn't going to the 13th floor to see the official witches, it must be for illegal purposes. However, the problem now is Jack doesn't know where she is. But it's still more than what the wolf came in with. Trying to slip on by with the stolen goods, Bigby stops him. Looking inside the bag, he sees one of those crafted glamour objects. This one has a white deer, just like the last, and Jack says that is her trademark. He continues that he was going to sell all of this stuff at the Lucky Pawn, and this is important because it also happens to be one of the establishments that the Crooked Man owns. Suddenly, they hear Snow calling for Bigby, worrying Jack that now he is officially in trouble. Jack might do bad things, but he doesn't seem like a bad guy, so Wolf doesn't rat him out. Instead, he says that he provided him with information that aided in their investigation. He also informs Snow about the embezzled money, and she tells him they're running out of time since Crane is scheduled to meet Greenleaf at 2 a.m., so she sends him to the Trip Trap, also stopping Jack from trying to sneak out the window. The bar is closed. Lily. But he can hear Gran and Woody talking. They open the door for the sheriff and he sees that they are 3 sheets to the wind, but they still let him in. Wolf's only here to look through Holly's things so that he could find anything that might point him in Greenleaf's location. But before he can start looking, Grendel says he wants to drink, not giving a rat's tail about what Dr. Swinehart warns, or the woodsman's reminder. Due to the ambrosia that the doctor gave her and Gren, Holly is knocked out cold. However, Grendel resisted its sleep effects in order to get higher than a Martian's wingtips like Quaaludes. For those not familiar with Quaaludes, they were a drug that was popular back in the 1960s and 70s, got banned in 1984 though, but if you've seen The Wolf of Wall Street, basically the same thing as what Gren is doing here. Now, Wolf has to constantly inquire about where he can find Lil's things, and Gren says that if he shares a drink with them, he'll help him, before scorning Woody for not being at the funeral, and Wolf for bringing trouble. 2 out of it to get further into it though. So now, as men do, to clear the air and any bad blood, they raise a toast and knock back that juice, all 3 of them.
Gren, the doc said you needed a rest.
How many times you fucking gonna warn me about it, huh? You're not my fucking mother, so just get off my back!
I said I was sorry, all right? I can't do anything about it, it's done! What more do you want? What else can I fucking say here?
I don't want anything from you, Woody. I want there to be a big black hole where your fat, dumb fucking ass used to be.
What is the problem here? What stupid shit will you both not let go of?
Oh, I forgot. You haven't heard the news. This walking lard cake was paying Holly's sister to let him fuck her behind all of our backs. And Holly had to find out going through all of her sister's shit. What fun that must have been. Trick after trick of this fat ass and Lily.
I didn't plan for that, all right? And our thing, whatever it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't. I never fucked her when she was snowing. I didn't know nothing about that.
No, but you knew Holly would flip out, and you knew for a damn good fucking reason.
You know what? Fuck this. I don't need this shit.
Oh yeah, that's it. Now you're teary-eyed. You were always such a lowlife. I don't know why I never realized it till now. What do you think about this fucking loser, Sheriff?
He can think whatever he wants. I don't give a shit.
No, that's okay, because I'll tell you what he thinks. He thinks you have to pay chicks to touch your fat, hairy ass. That's what he thinks.
Wait. I've got some questions for you.
What possible questions could you have for this piece of shit? Everything's a problem when I want to talk, but when the woodsman's about to leave, it's, oh wait, I have questions.
What do you want?
When Tweedledee came in here 2 nights ago, why'd you run?
I was scared, okay? I didn't want to go down for something I didn't do. I never would have hurt that girl, Bigby.
All right.
Well, that explains why at the start of the story, he asked Faith if she remembered him. What we know now is that Lily and Woody already had an established history, with Woody being one of her regular clients. Lily didn't use a glamour to look like somebody else to meet with Woody. She simply met him as herself. And when I say herself, I don't mean as a troll. I think she didn't meet him as a troll. And maybe she did. Maybe he wants her. Maybe he wants to do a troll. So maybe he's into that kind of thing. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm pretty sure somebody out there. I'm not kink shaming anybody. However, on that specific night, Lily had another commitment, which we now know was with Crane. And that is why she couldn't make her scheduled appointment with Woody. This is where Faith steps in. Faith covered for Lily at Woody's apartment, and she didn't use a glamour to disguise herself as Lily. She just showed up as herself. I guess they thought that Woody didn't care how he got his rocks off or with whom, but they also just didn't know that Woody had a special connection with Lily. This is why Woody and Faith were fighting when Bigby showed up. Woody was drunk, frustrated, angry, because he was expecting Lily and ended up with Faith instead. He also asked her, "Do you remember me?" because he probably thought this could be Lily, glamored as somebody else. But the realization that he didn't get Lily is what triggered their heated arguments over the money, because Faith showed up to an appointment and she needs to get paid because she has to bring it back to Georgie. No matter the case though, it didn't give Woods the right to put hands on her. Pressing on though, with Gren passed out, Bigby goes into the back and tries not to wake the troll while sifting through Lily's things. Holly wakes up anyway, but she is so sky high that she thinks it's Woody. Wolf ignores her. Seeing a photo, it's Nerissa, Faith, and I'm pretty sure that is Lily. All three of them with ribbons on their necks, slightly smiling, and one of the Tweedles lurking in the back. Holly keeps fading in and out of consciousness, still thinking this is Woody. She ponders about Bigby, wondering why he keeps showing up and if he actually cares.
I just don't know what Bigby's doing. If he cares about it. If he even gives a shit. I don't know. I don't know why he showed up. I just wish he'd get out of my fucking life.
He's trying to do what's right.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, you know him better than anybody, so... I guess I'll take your word for it.
Does the woodsman know the wolf that well? I mean, I guess he kinda knows him literally, inside and out, but on a profound level, I don't know. Finding Lily's logbook, he finds Auntie Greenleaf's address.
Gotcha.
Telling Snow over the phone, they link up at her apartment, but about a quarter past the time that Crane was supposed to be here. So I wonder what would have happened if I came here first. Yelling at the door for Green Tea to open up, the door's hinges groan open, and to their surprise, a little disheveled voice answers, saying that they woke her up. Eyes never lie though. Wolf knows that something is up, so he immediately asks, "Where's Crane?" The girl doesn't know who that is, rubbing her eyes and asking if they live here. Wolf maintains his stance, despite Snow side-eyeing him. Empathetically, Snow asks for her name. Rachel. The girl with eyes yellow like the moon raises... Wait a minute, do you guys remember if the moon was ever yellow? Like when you were kids, do you guys ever remember like looking up at the moon and seeing it yellow? I could have sworn that the moon used to be yellow, but now every time I look at it, it's white. Or is it just me? Am I having one of those Mandela moments? As I was saying, Rachel, the girl with eyes yellow like the moon, raises an eyebrow with a smile asking who they are. The sheriff and Snow makes it known that she is his boss, not his partner. Geez, Miss White, I guess you got all of this by yourself then. Wolf asks about Greenleaf, but gets frustrated because it's going nowhere.
Snow, can you just do something here? I never have any idea what to say to these people.
You mean children? Do you mind if my friend here takes a look around? I promise we'll be quick so you can hurry back to bed.
I've been here all night. Nobody's been here. Okay, boss. I'm gonna trust your friend not to break anything. Don't get me in trouble.
Well, Rachel's tone and demeanor switches around quickly. Searching for clues, Wolf finds a delivery box from the butcher. The entire time, the girl keeps trying to tell them that there's nothing here, that nobody is here. But where's her mom then? Why is she leaving her supposed daughter at home alone at 2 a.m.? Looking at the big tree in the room, Rachel says her mom uses it to carve trinkets. Meanwhile, Wolf can still smell Crane here, picking up traces of his scent. The girl once more tries to shoo them, but then Wolf notices something on the table. Where she had been standing is a glamour tube. Rachel starts to freak out, begging him to put that back where he found it and exactly as he found it. Her reasoning is that her mom is going to flip if she finds out she let people in and touch her things. Bigby beckons Snow to get real. Something is going on here.
Put it down! Please, don't! This isn't what you think! You gotta believe me. The guy isn't here, I promise!
It's gonna be okay, Rachel.
Please, I'm begging you. I don't wanna get in trouble.
Auntie Greenleaf.
It hurts when you do it that fast. What? Not sprightly enough?
You picked the wrong. night to lie to me. No more lying, no more ring around the rosy, no more bullshit non sequiturs. You're done. It's over. You're gonna tell me what I want to know right now.
Wolf and Snow are done with games, but Greenleaf still won't say a thing. And it's not because she wants to protect Crane, but rather because the company that he keeps would end up coming for her if word got back that she gave the sheriff and the assistant deputy mayor any info. But Snow has had it up to here with her. She's out for blood. Crane needs to pay.
It's too dangerous leaving this stuff with her.
You think I like being the old woman in these stories? The men are heroes, the ladies are whores, and the old hags like me get to watch everyone they love die.
We have very different ways of handling our fate.
And very different means to handle it too.
And I don't use it as an excuse to wreck people's lives.
I'm sorry, Sheriff, but please, don't do this.
Isn't there another way? She's a witch. Can't she just work for us? That way she'd be official.
You want to reward her for criminal behavior? We can't trust this woman on the 13th floor.
It doesn't matter, because I'd never do it. I'm not a house cat, and I don't play well with others.
Oh, trust me, no one would confuse you for a cuddly animal.
Goddamn, Snow's got some bite. That was cold. Even Greenleaf is frozen. Snow orders Bigby to burn the tree, and Greenleaf immediately rushes in front of him, panicking to her very core as she begs him not to do it. She is more terrified of losing this tree than she is of Crane or any of the corrupt individuals around him, and that says quite a bit. Knowing that we are eventually going to take down whoever the real enemy is, I would hate to create another needless one along the way. Because in The Wolf Among Us 2, maybe they're gonna let us like carry our save file over and we can continue the story based on the choices made in Wolf Among Us 1 here, so that would be pretty cool. But yeah, if Bigby leaves this woman with nothing but revenge and rage, then she easily becomes another problem later, and honestly, I would rather not have to spend time dealing with that. Bigby understands that Snow is abnormally upset right now. She's not thinking clearly. More importantly, burning the tree simply does not feel like doing the right thing. Maybe the old wolf would have just gone and done it, just burned the tree, but he's turned a new leaf. So despite Snow's command, he refuses. Better to remain true to yourself than completely betray your own values for someone else. Greenleaf then reveals that Crane went to the Puddin N Pie carrying her Ring of Dispel. Apparently, he is trying to break through the spell preventing the girls from saying certain things, hoping that their testimony would prove his innocence. Unfortunately for Crane, Greenleaf says that the ring lost its power a long time ago. So instead of destroying the tree, Bigby hires Auntie Greenleaf and makes her an official witch working under the authority of Fabletown. This way, they can monitor her work and keep her under control without taking away her livelihood. Greenleaf is relieved. She obviously doesn't like the arrangements, but it's better than losing her tree. Snow, meanwhile, is pissed, and I understand why. Bigby completely undermined her authority. Crane's car is at the club. Wolf and Snow walk in. Georgie starts poking the wolf, saying he's come to audition his...
Fucking fuck, man! Tell me what you know, now!
You can't just go in there! We have a problem.
Tell me who did it! Just tell me who did it! I know you know!
Mr. Crane, please, she can't help.
I know you know what the plan is! I won't be held accountable for this!
Oh my god, Bigby!
Wait, don't!
Now we would all love to hit him, but Snow is adamant about not doing that. Crane cowers. He didn't do anything. The girls will testify. The ring will break their spells. Nerissa, black tears on her cheeks, only stares at him. My lips are sealed, she says. Crane crumbles. Snow asks him how long he's been lusting after her and indulging in degeneracy. Too long. He continues to whinge about how he didn't kill those girls and had nothing to do with them.
I just love you, Snow. I love you, and I'm sorry I'm not Prince Charming, okay? I'm sorry I didn't cheat on you and run away to Europe.
You don't love me, Crane. I know what this is. I've seen it before. It is not love.
I actually don't remember thinking about this, but I looked it up. So, this is scandalous. Like, a whole, this is messed up. Prince Charming and Snow are divorced because apparently he cheated on her with her sister Rose. Yeah, the comics provide quite a bit of lore to the universe, and I also just read that The Wolf Among Us this game is the prequel to the comics. So I think it's reasonable to assume that the second game could contain elements from the comics. I already spoiled a bit for myself, but don't worry, I won't mention them here. Back to the sniveling crane. Snow doesn't think that he has the cojones to actually kill anybody. Even if he is involved, she really doubts that he could be the one who murdered and decapitated anyone.
He's a disgusting coward, not a murderer.
Thank you, Mikey. It means so much to...
Shut up. Don't talk to me.
Okay.
Vivian can't believe what she's hearing. She wants to know who the murderer is just as badly as they do. And she genuinely thought that everything would finally be over once Crane was apprehended. But all Bigby knows for certain is that this goes far beyond only Crane. Snow then formally condemns him for years of misappropriating Fabletown's funds. Wolf commands Crane to get up, but Crane only sneers at him and remarks that they all know who is really in charge here. Snow then shoots Bigby a glare and says that it can be a little unclear sometimes, obviously referring to the whole refusing to burn the tree situation. Gosh, they're just both bashing poor Wolf. Crane rises, regaining sternness in his voice, telling Snow she doesn't have what it takes to lead Fabletown.
I did the best I could with what I had, and the town took everything it could out of me. If I maybe took a little something back in return, then so be it. I have no regrets.
Is what he imagined he did in his mind.
Yeah, see, the thing of it is, we're better at this than you are.
Shoving him out the back and into the rain, Crane calls the girls stupid, and Snow glares at him, telling him to speak up and say it again. Of course he doesn't. But as they're leaving, a car blocks off their exit. I guess whoever Georgie called is here. They go the other way. 2 more cars block them off. The Tweedles and somebody else.
Hi. What you got there? Look, it's recently come under our attention that you're, how shall I put this, attempting to claim what is the personal property of the Crooked Man. He's about yay high, 120 odd pounds, pissed his sheets until he was 14. Sound familiar?
I haven't told him anything.
Not now. Shh. The grown-ups are talking. Guys, speak English?
Who are you?
No. That's not how this works. How this works is you are going to walk Crane over here, like a good doggy.
It wasn't my fault.
Shut up. You're interfering with official Fabletown business. Step aside.
Tweedledee. What's the, that thing the Mundies call me?
What?
My nickname. You know what I'm talking about.
Bloody
Mary. That's it. Thank you. And do you know why they call me that? Because some of them, they think it's funny to have their little sleepovers and go into their little bathrooms and say my name 5 times in the mirror. They find it less funny when I actually show up and feed their lungs to the family dog. And I do that for a hobby. Like golf, to relax. This is my job. I like my job. So think about what I'm gonna do to you, your girl, and the rest of your friends if you don't hand over the sock puppet now.
He's in custody, so move your car.
I told you he'd never just give him up.
Fuck it.
Bigby?
But, you know, it just didn't know when to end. You know, you wouldn't think silver bullets would work on anything but a pure werewolf. But as it turns out, it's just not the case. Right, Wolfie? I mean, hey, look, I know it sounds ridiculous, but really, guys, can you argue with these results? Because I know I can't.
Wait! Stop!
She's cringy. I think she's trying way too hard to play into the psychotic archetype, but I do like that she mentioned Bigby wasn't a pure lycanthrope. Lets us know that lycanthropy is a real thing in this universe, as she's dragging the woodsman's enchanted axe to lay into him. Where did she get that, by the way? Snow lets her take Crane, and the crooked man who was sitting in the car watching this all unfold lets Wolf live in exchange. Mary says that just between them girls, Crane couldn't kill a pig if his life depended on it. And also look at how her neck bends. That's funny. She then mentions how Wolf didn't kill the Tweedle before snapping his arm, causing him to howl. See you around, she says, leaving them in the alley. Wolf wakes to the sound of metal scraping against brick, finding himself back inside of his apartment with a trail of blood leading directly towards him. When he looks up, Bloody Mary is standing over him with Woody's axe raised above her head. She swings and Wolf's eyes snap open. Dr. Swinehart is explaining that the silver bullet was a hollow point, meaning it shattered into fragments inside of his body. Every single piece needs to be removed. This process is excruciating, but leaving even just one small piece behind could poison him for whatever remains of his life. There is blood on Snow. How did she manage to carry him back here, by the way? Wolf's covered in blood too, bone jutting out of the torn flesh of his arm. It's not a good look. Even the doctor admits that Bigby is pushing the limits of his abilities as a doctor. For some reason, Wolf tries lifting his arm again, causing Snow to panic. Swinehart says that if setting the arm is so important, he can do it himself because the doctor is currently occupied with trying to save his life. Now, if you don't do anything and you just wait this part out, Swinehart eventually snaps, says, "For heaven's sake," and he gets up to set it for him. Yellow flashes through Wolf's eyes and he squirms in agony. Wolf didn't listen. Instead of resting and taking it easy, he brought himself to the brink of death. Next time, even Dr. Swinehart can't save him. He asks Snow for some space so that he can focus on the surgery, but then Colin steps up disregarding the request. Snow reminds him that he's not even supposed to be here, which gets the pig riled up. He's insecure about getting caught, about the farm, but Wolf begs them to not distract the doctor while he has his chest cut open. That doesn't look like his chest, though, so I don't know why he said chest. That's obviously his leg, but I'm not an Aquarius, so I don't know. Taking out the last of the silver, he warns Bigby again. You tank as many regular bullets as you want, but even one more silver bullet, and it's dunzos for you. For Snow, he says to make sure he gets rest. Light, limited duty's alright, but any more strain, his body will give out, and that's going to be on her.
Guard against, as they say. Miss White, Sheriff, Colin.
Swiney.
Whoa, what was that? Wait, do those guys have beef with each other? Pork? I mean, I guess I should have guessed. Swinehart? Don't worry, I looked it up. Dr. Swinehart hails from the 1917 Brothers Grimm story, The Three Army Surgeons, where his lost heart is replaced with a pig's heart that causes him to behave like a pig. His incredible surgical ability, and claim that he could operate on Bigby with his optic nerves severed, despite saying that before that he was testing his limits as a doctor, also reference the story in which another surgeon loses his eyes. And as far as he and Colin go, they don't seem to have any genuine personal feud. The little bickering tidbit that we saw at the end there when he left seems to stem from Colin hovering over Bigby's operation. Colin is protective of Bigby, that's his boy, but he was irritating the doctor and Swiney got annoyed. There's also the unspoken joke in Colin being one of the three little pigs while Swinehart is a man with a pig's heart, and there's three army surgeons as well. Although the game never confirms that this is why they have that little flash of a clash. Unless you know something that I don't, of course, let me know in the comments. Back to the story. There is nothing a beer can't fix, and as he grabs one from the fridge, His girl and his best friend inquire with him, and Wolf promises that he's fine.
How do you, feel?
It's Bigby, Snow. He'll be okay. Hell, I seen him take worse.
Not much worse.
Don't worry about me, alright? I'll be fine.
See? Strong as an oak, this guy.
I'm glad you're not dead. You stopped breathing, you know, when you passed out or died, I guess. It kind of scared the hell out of me. I've never seen you like that. And when Swinehart arrived, you know him, he's never worried. And even he thought you were... I don't know. It was just awful.
You were really worried about me?
Yeah, you were really fucked up, man. You look like when you take an action figure and bend its limbs the wrong way.
Colin...
Damn, way to ruin a moment. Even Snow's pissed that he interrupted their thing. Colin expresses his concern for Bigby, pointing out that the man hasn't slept in days. He then asks the bigger question hanging over all of Fabletown. Who is the real threat now? Crane or the Crooked Man? Bigby tells him to trust Snow because she will always do what she believes is best for the community, which earns a small smile from her. Colin then points out that Snow traded Crane for Bigby, but she makes it clear that she was never going to stand there and just let Bloody Mary butcher him. She would make the same choice again any day of the week, and Bigby thanks her for choosing him. Looking out the window, Snow admits that she always assumed the Crooked Man was a little more than a loan shark, but it's become increasingly clear that his influence runs much deeper. The questions now are, what is the Crooked Man's real game? How are Faith, Lily, and Crane involved, and more importantly, how are they going to stop him? Nevertheless, Snow decides that the Crooked Man was only able to rise to power because the system is so broken that desperate people felt safer turning to him than trusting the proper channels. If that is ever going to change, then change has to come from within. But this also means that the big bad wolf has to start doing everything the right way. Colin pushes back, exposing that what she really means is doing things her way, and that if she actually wants results, she needs to let Bigby operate without constantly keeping him on a leash. Snow refuses to budge. Pure as driven snow, Colin jokes satirically, cutting her off when she says that she's not trying to make herself the arbiter of justice. In order to change Fabletown for the better, Bigby can't lose control and turn into a giant monster the way that he did earlier, because apparently, tanking multitudes of lead to the face, transforming to not die, fighting off the people actively trying to kill them, yet still controlling himself, sparing whichever Tweedle brother, counts as losing control. Bigby wants to appease her, so he says, yeah, he can do that, he's gonna do better, with Colin looking at him like, bro, really? The pig continues to fight Snow on this, saying that the bad guys aren't gonna hold back, and if you want a fighting chance, you can't have the wolf on leash and muzzle. But Snow White stands tall. She is deputy mayor now. This is how it is, and this situation, Colin, all Fables not following the rules, not being glamored up, are going to be sent to the farm. Rules are rules. Granted, he's a pig. People have pet pigs. It's not like he's a dancing frog with a crane and a top hat. However, the wolf relinquishes all control to Snow. Her word is law. But how is Colin going to afford glamour when he can't even work because he doesn't have thumbs? Luckily for her, Snow is saved from having to answer that because Buffkin calls. Nerissa has to tell Bigby some stuff. Colin asks if he's really going to force him back to the farm, and Wolf responds,
I don't know. Snow will come around. She's just... the crane thing hit her hard, and she doesn't really know who her friends are right now.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Don't worry about it.
Thanks, Bigby.
Greeting Nerissa at the office, the first thing she asks is how Bigby's holding up after nearly dying in the alley. For a moment, she really thought that she would never see him again. Bigby admits that he's seen better days before offering her his cigarettes, but not a lot of people smoke Huff and Puffs. Pulling out a cigarette of her own, he leans forward, lights it for her. There is something she wants to tell him. She truly does want to help, but the spell still prevents her from speaking openly. Remembering how she guided him towards the open arms without directly saying what he would find there, Bigby suggests searching for another loophole. What follows is a careful back and forth, each question worded slightly different in the hope that one of them might slip past the magic. Instead of answering directly, Nerissa talks about friendship. She used to have friends, but now they're gone, and she hopes that Bigby is doing a better job looking after his own set of friends. What does she mean by that? No matter how carefully she chooses her words, the truth remains trapped behind the same phrase. Her lips are sealed. That brings Bigby's attention back to the ribbon around her neck. You see, Faith wore exactly one just like that, and just as Faith did, Nerissa asks whether he likes her ribbon, and suddenly it clicks. The ribbon is the magical tool keeping her voice bound, so Bigby asks the obvious question, why not simply—
No! His lips are sealed!
What?
You can't! Just stay back! You can't do that!
Slow down. It's all right. I'm not gonna do anything.
Please, don't.
Okay. I get it. So the ribbons, if you take them off.
If anyone finds out I came here...
That's probably Snow.
Listen, Sheriff. Can you keep this conversation between us? I could be in a lot of trouble. I shouldn't be talking to you. Please.
I won't tell anyone, don't worry.
Thank you. Sorry, I just need to talk to the sheriff for a moment. Please excuse us.
1 minute.
Did you guys see the way that Snow's eyes shot at Nerissa as she put her hands on her hips? She is big mad jelly. Beauty and Beast just called wanting to see Bigby. When Nerissa hears this, she right away grabs her purse and emphasizes to Wolf that he should go to his next business. I think this might have been what she meant by saying Wolf should keep an eye on his friends, but I just didn't think they counted as. Snow then wonders why she abruptly swam away. Bigby gets another smoke while telling Snow that the ribbon is what keeps them from talking, and that they can't take it off otherwise she gets decapitated like Lily and Faith. Snow then remembers that Beauty had come to her one day asking for financial assistance, but because she had turned her away, Beauty went to the Crooked Man for a loan. The shouting starts before Bigby even reaches the door. From the elevator, Beauty and Beast can already be heard going back and forth about secrets, pride, and everything they've been keeping from one another. At the door, Beast's surprise is immediate. He wasn't expecting Bigby. As it turns out, Beauty called the sheriff without telling him, giving her husband yet another thing to complain about her doing behind his back. After some hesitation, Beast lets him in with a bitter, "It's your pal, Bigby." Pride has always been one of his biggest problems. Beauty doesn't even need to be fooling around for the situation to bother him. Just knowing that his wife went to somebody else, another man, crooked or otherwise, for help is enough to bruise his ego. I get it though. But also my wife and I would never be in that kind of situation, knock on wood. A private argument follows, or at least that's what they attempt. Leaving Bigby alone in another room doesn't accomplish much when every word still carries through the apartment. Beast wants to handle everything themselves. Beauty knows they can't. Their resources are gone, their options are gone, and her husband needs to put his ego away before things get worse. Meanwhile, Wolf takes a good look at their apartment. Lavish doesn't even cover it. The entire place is regal, elegant, far larger than anything he has. Faith's earlier comment suddenly feels more accurate. He really does have the smallest apartment in Fabletown. The two return, offering an apology for the wait. Beast then says, "You know what they say, centuries of marriage comes with centuries of baggage." Like, be thankful, bro. The hell? You've got to spend lifetimes with the love of your life. And you're grown, why you gotta act like this? But the apartment becomes Bigby's next point. It looks expensive. Rather than answering, Beast challenges him to say what he really means. Or is the sheriff an interior decorator now? Fine. Nothing about this place looks poor. Nothing about either of them suggests they're going without. So why call the sheriff at all? That question brings up the Crooked Man, and neither of them wants to speak. Retaliation is the concern. Before spilling anything, they want reassurance that the Crooked Man won't come after them. However, there is no reassurance to give. They're already in danger. Getting the Crooked Man out of their lives requires information, and Bigby can't help without it. The alternative is for Beast and Beauty to handle everything alone, which doesn't look like it's working out so far. More bickering follows, as though the wolf came over to mediate their marriage instead of investigating an organized crime operation. Under all of it is a much bigger problem, though. Their idea of poverty is completely detached from reality. Generations of wealth and centuries spent living in a castle have left them unable to imagine what having nothing actually looks like. Their financial problems, sure, are real, but so is the fact that they're still living in luxury. Losing the ability to maintain the lifestyle they're accustomed to feels like poverty to them because they've never experienced the real thing, and they refuse to sacrifice one bit.
Who would we be if we just lived like...
Hi there, you've reached Beauty.
And Beast.
And we're out doing something fabulous.
Let me just, A day at the beach?
Skiing the slopes?
And we can't come to the phone right now, so leave a message at the beep and we'll get back to you as soon as...
What the f*** was that?
Ah, don't worry about it. Probably just a wrong number. Really, I think we're one digit off from some pizza place. Phone rings off the hook sometimes.
Fine. I'm sure you can handle whatever this is on your own. I'll see you later.
Please, Bigby. Wait. We've been getting horrible phone calls. It's the Crooked Man's people, trying to collect, and we aren't safe, even in our own home.
We owe some money.
Finally. All I care about is, how can I find the Crooked Man?
Bigby sighs. It's like pulling teeth with these people. Money was borrowed from the Lucky Pawn through the Jersey Devil, one of Crooked Man's people. The story behind JD is that he was the 13th child born to his mother, and out of frustration she cursed him by saying, "Let this one be the devil." Instantly, the baby transformed into a creature with a horse head, bat wings, horns, and a forked tail. Now, the Lucky Pawn is I can't say the word regularly. The Lucky Pawn is a place that Fables often go to looking for loans. Tweedledee and Tweedledum are the ones that make sure people pay up. And apparently, even the woodsman had been there recently after being forced to pawn his axe. However, there's more. Beast confesses something. The butcher shop, the same place supplying Auntie Greenleaf with packages, has been employing him as a delivery man. But whatever he's transporting, it probably isn't meat. From what Beast can tell, not much actual butchery happens there at all. His involvement began with a repair job where Johann, the proprietor, called him to fix a fridge, and Bloody Mary happened to be inside the shop at the time. One conversation later, Beast had a job delivering packages. He admits that the whole operation is obviously crooked, but there is no other work available to him. There's no other way for him to make money. On top of that, the thought of Beauty having a job bothers him, especially when that job is at the Open Arms. Even with the delivery work though, the money still isn't enough to cover everything. His voice softens as he explains that he just wanted to provide for Beauty, give her the life that she deserved. But then they have the audacity to state this next part together, that no one should have to scrape by like they do. They reiterate that they were royalty once. They had the lifestyle. But then, without even trying to offend, they tell Bigby he wouldn't understand. Wow. Wolf could have told these nosed-up pricks to F off, but he's got a job to do, and he decides that he needs to go to the butcher shop first. The married couple catches him on the way out, though. If this doesn't tell you how messed up and corrupt these people really are, despite how nice they might look on the outside, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Watch this.
Wait, I don't know what you're planning to do when you find the Crooked Man, but is there any way you could help us out?
What do you mean?
Well, maybe you can make this all just go away.
We would really appreciate it. What do you say?
Can you help us out?
They wanted Bigby to kill the Crooked Man. Bell chimes, smoke's up, the cut above butcher shop. Looks like they really don't do much butchery here. Wolf notices the box with the Crooked Man symbol on it. Oh, he's definitely in the right place. Then Johann walks out of the back, worry spreading across his face. Talk and talk business, maybe the wolf is here for meat. Leering at him through the glass, he's not here for cuts. Where is Bloody Mary? Suddenly, Johann hears something in the back and he quickly leaves, but he presses a red button. Bigby senses that something's off and he starts to follow him, realizing what he did. Proceeding through the freezer, I imagined Eddie from Silent Hill 2 popping out here. The wolf starts hunting through the hanging carcasses. Johann's voice could be heard. He's nervous. Silently walking up behind him, he talks about how she is gonna kill him. Bigby is gonna get him killed. When he sees the sheriff behind him, he is horrified. He really thinks that he's gonna kill him. And then he realizes that now he's dead either way. So he starts explaining how they offered him a choice. Live, keep his shop, and work for them, or die. Just open the door, Johann. Bigby is tired of hearing everybody's problems. The butcher can't open the door though, it's locked from the other side. He doesn't know what they do back there, he's just a victim. He explains that one really hot summer he let the Crooked Man's people in to play cards in his freezer. Next thing he knows, they've taken over his business. Mary's the one who owns this place. Johann is at the acceptance stage now of grief. He knew this day would come. The big bad wolf was inevitable. But the sheriff just forces the door open, breaking both locks that were bolted to the floor on the other side, and it reveals a lab. Wolf tells Butcher if he hadn't warned them, he could have dealt with them. But Johann releases some pent-up rage that he'd been keeping in for a while. Where was the sheriff when they took this place from him? The only reason he's here now is because the Crooked Man stepped on his toes, otherwise he would never have come here. He's got a point. But he's here now. Looking around, he sees the Crooked Man had an entire operation running back here. Slave laborers in bloody chains, materials, the equipment to craft all kinds of magic and have them shipped out. All with the Crooked Man's seal of approval. By the way, the symbol is of a person on a wheel, a torture device that makes people crooked. On the chalkboard, there are magic orders, and behind that are the people ordering. The back room was the Crooked Man's illegal magic lab. The butcher shop was the front. Johann was threatened into cooperating. Beast was one of the people who transported the products, and vulnerable Fables were both its customers and victims. However, the bigger picture is that this whole operation is predicated on the fact that the business office failed to provide affordable glamours to everybody. But this leaves so many unanswered questions still. Why did Faith and Lily get murdered? Why is Bluebeard so invested? How are they going to find the Crooked Man? Can't use the mirror. Crane took the shard. Bloody Mary took Crane. But then that's when Johann tells Wolf that the shard is more than likely at the Lucky Pawn. Bigby was going to go there next anyway. Before leaving, he helped put Johann's mind at ease. Go to the business office, let Snow know that he sent him, they'll protect him. Rolling up to the Lucky Pawn, Woody and Jersey are getting into it. Jack is scurrying out. He knows this doesn't end well, and he doesn't want to get hurt. Woody is livid that his axe that he didn't actually pawn is gone. It had been stolen from his apartment. I guess that explains why the Tweedles were there. Woody and the devil start getting handsy with each other, but Jersey's not backing down. Turn around and walk out with your life, Woody. But walking out with your axe, it's not happening.
So get the f*** out of my sight. Hit the bricks. See you later.
Hey, what's going on here?
The f***ing hell!
Christ. And this f***ing guy too?
Are you kidding me? It was here. It was right f***ing here. What did you do with it?
How the f*** do I know?
Listen, you bald little dipshit. You're gonna... You piece of shit. I'm gonna rip your lungs out.
I'd like to see you try, you backwoods.
Oh, big talk. You won't be talking when I'm done with you.
Yeah, I'll be laughing. Ha, ha.
How you feeling today, Sheriff? Still a little sore, are we? Why should Mary get all the fun? You ain't so tough. Ah! You f***ing... Oh,
What the hell are you doing? This is my fight.
Not now.
Dog, you got a lot of nerve. Get this demon off of me!
What's this smart mouth, huh? Giving me the silent treatment? Ah.
Can stay down. There she is. I found her.
In the remaster, I'll drop the anvil on him. I just felt like if I did that one, it would have killed him, and I'm trying to be good here. Woody yanks his enchanted steel from Jersey's brain matter, and he lines up the axe on the devil's neck. A glance at the sheriff. Interrogate him. Where is the magic mirror shard? Unfortunately for him, one of the words out of his mouth next is,
Useless Snow White in a broken mirror.
Next thing you say better be something useful.
You can't find the crooked man. His door bounces around spot to spot. Imagine if he didn't tell us anything. Thanks, I guess. He also tells Wolf all of Crane's things are in the back. Take it and leave. Money, a photo of Snow, still, that sick bastard, and finally, the magic mirror shard. Wolf and Woody start leaving, but the devil is still on his back, saying that no matter what, those girls are dead. That all it takes is for the crooked man to want you dead. That this is his town. So the sheriff can take the devil to Pound Town all he wants. He can pound into him all night long until he's crooked, but at the end of the day, he's not going to be able to stop the crooked man. They leave him without a word. Outside, Woody asks if he can bum a smoke. The two of them make a pretty decent team, even if Woody admits he briefly considered gutting Wolf again back there. Still, there is a newfound respect between them now, and before leaving, he tells Bigby that Jersey was wrong. The crooked man can be stopped, and Bigby's the one who's going to do it. Wolf hails a cab while Woody starts walking away, but just before getting in, he calls out to him like they're standing in the final scene of an old noir film. Woody stops, pauses for dramatic effect like an anime character who's about to deliver the coldest line imaginable. Then he turns around to answer Wolf's question about what he plans to do now.
We all got our roles to play, Wolf. I'll see ya.
I was about to ask how he could hear him, but then remembered Bigby's got super hearing. Bluebeard is admonishing Snow. He doesn't care about the prostitutes, his words not mine. He cares that Crane was embezzling funds, which means Crane was effectively using his money. And Snow let the crooked man take Crane. This makes a little bit more sense now as to why Bluebeard wants to be involved in the first place. At least, if only to make sure Crane answers for his crimes against him. Toad also chimes in when they notice Wolf. Snow goes straight to him and tells everybody else to wait. The magic mirror shard. They have it.
Seems your dog wants a biscuit.
This dude has no chill. Buffkin goes to repair the mirror. Wolf tells Snow that the Crooked Man's door is a magic one that constantly moves, and although things might be looking up, Buffkin asks Bigby to help him with the mirror, but Bluebeard demands he stays here and talks first. Back turned, he tells him to eat a hot dog until he's ready. Buffkin tells the sheriff that the magic mirror isn't accepting the shard, that shattering is a highly traumatic experience, but he also wants to know where the shard had been because that could help Buffkin with the mending process. He then says that Bloody Mary had the shard for a bit, and that is the aha moment for Buffkin. Bloody Mary and the mirror don't really have the best history, understandably. It goes even further than that, revealing that Bloody Mary has tried to use the mirror as a doorway before. And that is valid. I can't imagine what it would be like for somebody to try to enter and exit me. Buffkin knows what to do, and he asks Wolf to give him some space because the mirror might not want to be seen coming out. Ironically, he doesn't like being spied on. So much personality in a mirror. Toad and Bluebeard are at each other's throats. If he's so rich, what's he even doing here? Well, that's his business, not Toad's. Snow is distraught having to listen to them talk politics while they're trying to solve murders. Wolf offers to mediate for her. She tells him to handle Toad, let him know that they can't spare funds for him right now, but also that he needs to go to the farm.
I see how it is. Passed off to an underling, eh? Why am I not surprised? Well, you did cause what damage brings me in here, so maybe it's for the best. Just need a little bit of dosh to cover it. I tried talking to her about it, but it's like chatting up a brick wall, it is. Now, I'm sure you've got your own agenda, Sheriff, but I've taken a real wallet because of you, and you can't deny that.
I'm starting to think you don't take me seriously, Toad. How many times have I told you to get glamored up? You know that if you're out of glamour, I gotta send you to the farm.
Well, how about your friend the pig, Is he going to the farm too? Yeah? You thought we didn't know about him, huh? A worst-kept secret in Fabletown. For a friend, the rules will bend. That's a slippery slope, that is.
But the pig isn't the Toad's concern. He curses Wolf, but bites his tongue, begging with him for just one more chance, despite having had so many one more chances. He says to just give them enough money to cover the glamours, and that's it. Don't rip TJ from the only home he knows. But it's already too late. They're going to the farm. Once there, he can talk to Waylon Smith about reparations for damages to his apartment. It's just hard to take Toad seriously when he always seems like he's trying to slime around with his words and heartfelt promises. Snow notices Toad walking away defeated. Bluebeard says he just made another donation to this office before leaving. What's his game? In fact, he said he was going to the Tweedle's office back when Wolf went to Crane's apartment, so what did he find? Snow says he's not trying to kick her out of the office, so what does he want? Does he really just want to bring Crane to justice for giving money to the Crooked Man? Does Bluebeard have something against the Crooked Man, or are they working together, or have they worked with one another? On the subject of the Crooked Man, Snow still can't fathom why he would want Lily and Faith dead. Perhaps now that the mirror is repaired, though, they'll come closer to answers.
I have to say I have been better, but thanks for putting me back together.
I'm sorry, I have to know. Mirror, mirror, we're glad you weren't slain. Now please show us that sick creep Crane.
Now, where's Crane?
He's probably still waking up a little.
Yeah, I want to see where he's ended up, too.
You will get on that plane to Paris, and you will wait for the day the Crooked Man needs you. Until then, not a peep. Otherwise, I get to deal with you my way. So please, please disobey. Wait a minute. Someone's watching.
What just happened?
We pointed you in the wrong direction and looked at Bloody Mary's reflection.
Oh, her. That explains the sting. I'd rather not have to feel the pain she brings.
I'll be the first to admit that that was kind of horrifying. I would say that the only two things so far that I actually was like, damn, that's scary in this game was Jersey Devil's true form and this moment where Bloody Mary sees you. They want to find the Crooked Man, and even though the wolf is not a rapper, he says, mirror, mirror, no time to pout, where does the Crooked Man hang out? They see his symbol on a door and happen to catch it right as it was transporting to another location, Central Park. Run as fast as he can, he might catch him, the Crooked Man. Kicking the door in, a portal opens up, bright as day. He backs up and gives himself a head start for some reason, and he portals in, coming out the other end surrounded by stone and candles. Tapping, footsteps, metal creaking, somebody is approaching. Hug the wall, prepare for a fight, and it's Tiny Tim?
Thanks, by the way, for leaving off Tiny Tim. You'd think I'd have outgrown that centuries ago. I have to admit, when they asked me to watch the door, I wasn't sure what to expect when you came through that portal. I know you aren't here on a social call, so thanks for not giving me a hard time.
You know, I kinda thought the Crooked Man would have bigger guards. Trolls, ogres. I'm almost insulted he doesn't.
Maybe he just wants to talk.
Wolf shoots him a look, asking Tim to be real. The Crooked Man isn't a good guy, despite whatever manipulative strings he's pulled to make him believe he's this paragon of righteousness. But Tim pleads with Bigby. This is the one job he has. Please don't make this hard on him. Let him have this small win. But Bigby just wants the Crooked Man already. They walk. Tim vents again that this is the one thing he's here for. He spent so long being treated like somebody incapable, he thought it was a joke at first when Crooked Man gave him this position. But why? Why be involved with this criminal? Tim feels that the Crooked Man can relate to him and doesn't treat him like a broken kid. This job means the world to him, in a world that wouldn't hire him for anything else. He asks the sheriff to keep that in mind. Fabletown will get caught in the middle of it if the Big Bad Wolf and the Crooked Man go to war. Call him what you want, but ultimately the Crooked Man is a murderer and Tim is working for him.
So you're telling me you agree with everything Crane does? A lot of us depend on him. Some of us never get to the front of the line at the business office. But he's there. We need you, but we need him too. What we don't need is a war. Hey, Sheriff, hold up. I gotta go in with you. Can't you just wait up, Sheriff? Hold on. Thanks.
Am I some kind of a fucking joke to you? What did I tell you, eh? Stop laughing at me.
Oh, yeah? Mate, I ain't scared of you.
Tell me who the is back there.
I don't exactly know. I just mind the door.
Like Crane before.
The boss is there.
I'm sure he will prove
I know
himself
that
quite
much.
handy to have in my pocket. Either he's smart enough to see this is for the best.
What are they saying in there? He can hear them. Georgie, Jersey, the Crooked Man, maybe more are in there. Jersey says Bigby should be killed and skinned to be used as a floor rug. But the Crooked Man chuckles and says, fine, go to war with the wolf. None of you are fit to take him down, and even then, your vision is so short-sighted that all you can see is him dead. Don't you realize, just like Crane, he is more useful alive? One of the Tweedles speaks up, saying, well, I don't like it. The Crooked Man retorts, it's not for you to like.
Excuse me, but I have a job to do.
Bro, we get it, you got a job. The doors fly open. Everybody remains quiet and wide-eyed. Tweedle gulps. Jersey wants to be taken to Pound Town again, but somebody lifts his hand, commanding him to stay his fists. He then addresses Tim, commending him on a job well done despite the wolf not really being the accommodating sort. Look at this real quick, by the way, just a few seconds. Watch as Tim slips from the back behind the door right next to Bigby as he says thank you. Chuckle worthy. The door slams shut, and everybody is trapped in there with the wolf. The Crooked Man then repeats something the woodsman said earlier. Everyone has a role to fill. Then he explains how he gets people to do what he wants. He figures out what they truly desire, then offers it to them. Once he knows what somebody wants badly enough, controlling them becomes easy, just like Lucifer. Then the Crooked Man asks the wolf to sit. The issue is, with people like him, even the smallest act of compliance is enough for them to start trying to get you to do even more. In order to ensure that you don't give them any power, you need to deny them every ounce of an inch. So, the sheriff steps forward, whips out a smoke, keeps his eyes trained, puts his lighter to the cig, and he flicks. Blowing smoke, he sees Jersey pull out silver bullets with a smile. That's a problem. Crooked Man does his best to get something out of Wolf, but Bigby knows silence is power in this moment. he is the one in control, and the Crooked Man doesn't know what to do except keep asking him to do something. But it is only after he's had his smoke that he decides it's time for business. Wolf brings up what happened at the Puddin N Pie. Crooked Man, in his rehearsed sincerity, apologizes. He also apologizes for the death of Faith and Lily, an unfortunate bit of business, saying it was one of his employees who killed him, not him though. Now, Wolf steams at his phrasing. Those girls' deaths are just unfortunate bits of business? Who did it? The Crooked Man certainly knows how to talk. He acknowledges Bigby's authority as sheriff and makes it a point saying that he respects it, but insists that the situation is under his control. Wolf bares his teeth. No, he is the one who is going to deal with this. Tweedledee tries to interject, openly challenging the sheriff, but Bigby snarls back that he is the law here. When Dee continues to run his mouth, a sharp stamp of a cane immediately silences him. Returning his attention back to Bigby, the Crooked Man claims that he never wanted any of this to happen. However, because he would like to maintain a good working relationship with the sheriff, he is willing to let him know who was responsible for killing Lily and Faith. It was Georgie. But again, the Crooked Man insists that he's going to deal with him internally. Now at first, Georgie smiles at Wolf, who starts to press him. He gleefully admits to murdering the girls, but immediately he is astonished when the Crooked Man says he misinterpreted one of his instructions. And what instructions were those exactly? Georgie realizes what's going on. They're trying to throw him to the wolf, and he's not with it. He's adamant he did not misunderstand anything. The Crooked Man ordered him to kill Lily and Faith. Still don't know why, but he's gonna be their scapegoat now. The Crooked Man says the sheriff is free to take him. Even Vivian, who is here for some reason, is astounded that everyone is okay with Georgie being given up like that. But if he's going down, they're all going down. But then, things get heated to the point that even the Crooked Man's mask comes off.
This could have gone so well. To speak the truth, I've never been a very good mediator. Why negotiate when you can just decide?
Did I miss anything good? Well, look at you, all fixed up.
Take this!
You're done, Wolf.
Come on, we're pretty much done here.
I'd like to say it was nice knowing you, but I'll be glad to see your insides turned out.
Got him! Now!
Alright, thank you guys. Don't forget to like, hype, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. And I'll be seeing you right now. To be honest, my hands aren't what they used to be. I just can't move my fingers up and down as fast as I used to. So like tapping A over and over again was honestly a bit harder. But I switched my hands and I got it done, ripping into Georgie like he was about to do Wolf. Vivian takes him and they escape. Jersey asks to get pounded again, and Bigby happily throws the devil on his back and delivers a brutal backshot that puts him to sleep. Jumping out the portal, Wolf finds Vivian staring helplessly at Georgie, who's been gutted and is slowly bleeding out. Neither of them expected Wolf to make it back, but before they can escape, he plants himself behind the car and physically stops it from moving. The entire vehicle begins lifting off the ground as Bigby digivolves into his ultimate form, leaving them trapped until the back of the car finally tears away. They speed off for dear life, and the wolf gives them chase through the crowded streets of New York City. Tonight, of all nights, the city is packed. Cars, buses fill every lane, horns blare, drivers swerve out of the way as a giant werewolf barrels through traffic. At this point, I guess keeping the existence of Fables a complete secret is completely out the window. For but a moment, Wolf loses them. So, he takes the high ground. He tears through the rooftops, leaping from building to building as Vivian and George race through the streets below. They're not getting away. Wolf launches himself onto a bridge, vaults over the barrier, and he spots 2 cars. The one on the right is what I saw first, Vivian and Georgie. The Crooked Man and Bloody Mary escape in the other car. Should Wolf have jumped onto that one instead? Maybe in the remaster. Wolf smashes the window and bangs on the roof, but they slam the brakes and send him flying across the pavement. However, that is not enough to stop him. He gets back up, checks the alley they drove down, and he sees the car turning around and speeding directly towards him. They're not stopping, so Wolf has to climb out of the way. By the time he reaches the rooftop again, he knows exactly where they've gone. Back to the club. Conveniently, the clothes hanging from a nearby line just happen to fit him perfectly. A trail of blood runs from the abandoned car all the way inside the Puddin N Pie. Georgie is in a bad way. Vivian kneels beside him, desperately trying to keep him calm, while Georgie mutters that everything will be pinned on him instead. She tries to tell him that none of it is entirely his fault though, but even while bleeding to death, Georgie cannot resist rising and greeting Wolf with the same snide attitude as always. Vivian immediately puts herself between them. Why is she protecting him? Georgie murdered Faith and Lily. He placed the ribbons on their necks as well as Vivian's, and he used the spell to keep every one of them silent. Yet even now she stands in Wolf's way and refuses to let him near Georgie? He insists that he was only following the Crooked Man's orders. Faith, Lily, Nerissa were all planning to escape, and the Crooked Man could not allow that to happen. They were witnesses to his crime syndicate. Georgie was given no choice. Kill the girls or be killed himself. But there's always a choice, and Georgie still chose to murder them. He tells Wolf to believe whatever makes him feel better. It's not going to bring Faith or Lily back, and it's not going to free Nerissa. Georgie is nothing more than the scapegoat. Killing him isn't going to change the system. In Georgie's eyes, Wolf and the Crooked Man are not even that different. Both of them come marching into people's lives, claiming that they have choices while deciding what those choices are allowed to be. But Wolf refuses to accept this. He could have helped them. He could have removed the ribbons and freed every woman trapped by the spell. But Georgie tells him, you still don't get it. Freeing them is not that simple, especially if he has to choose between any of those girls and Vivian. What is he talking about? She is the original. Vivian is the girl from the girl with the ribbon. I actually remember this story as a kid. My older cousin told me about it one night when we were playing the demo for another game called Drakan on the PS2. But the story goes, as you've seen, the girl can't talk about the ribbon, she can't take it off, and if she does, her head rolls. Well, Vivian used her ribbon to make more ribbons and to put all those other girls under the same curse. Vivian doesn't feel good that Georgie is disclosing her secrets. Take the ribbon off, spell's broken, Nerissa is freed, but in exchange Vivian dies. That's why Georgie couldn't just let Lily and Faith free. But in case you haven't gathered it yet, it gets even deeper. Georgie and Vivian were romantically intertwined. Together they immigrated here from the homelands and they started the Puddin N Pie. They were going to have their own business, make their own money, and be in control of everything, and they were going to make the rules here, nobody else above them, until the Crooked Man entered their lives. Georgie jabs at Wolf again. If the choice is so simple, then go ahead. Rip Vivian's ribbon off. Viv is flabbergasted that Georgie would just offer her up like that. But Wolf believes that they can find another way. Maybe the witches. Vivian interrupts. And now, it's back to Bigby, the couple's counselor.
My life is such a burden on your conscience. Don't I get a say? It's my life. Like it was either of yours to give up in the first place.
I wasn't really...
Just shut up.
You're right. It's your life.
I know what I've done.
Wait.
I'm sick of everyone thinking that they can just do what they want with my life. I thought it would be different here. But it's all the f***ing...
Vivian, I didn't mean...
Do you think I wanted to be this person? What I did to Faith and Lily? To all of them?
Vivian, wait.
Every day I have to look Gwen and Hans in the eye and pretend I don't care.
Who's Gwen?
I have to forget what I've done to them. What I took away from them. I look at Nerissa and I hate myself.
Vivian!
I can't pretend anymore.
What are you doing? Vivian! Don't! Vivian! No! No, 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 no! Why'd you have to do that, Vivian? Vivian!
Just... Jesus.
Yeah, I don't even know if YouTube's gonna allow this. I guess we'll find out. It's a bit sad, tragic, but in such a weird and twisted way. Like, these two were in love, sure, and they wanted to run their own business together, but it was still one that exploited others, so it's hard for me to fully feel badly for Vivian or Georgie. Georgie holds Vivian's hands as the last of the warmth leaves her body. He will not be far behind. Bigby orders him to get up so that he can take him in, but I think he might have forgotten the part where he disemboweled him. Georgie's guts are spilling out. He knows there's no coming back from this. This is actually something that confuses me, right? The woodsman got an axe to the head, like to the back of his skull, and he's fine. But this guy gets stabbed in the stomach, and yeah, sure, his guts are spilling out, but axe to the... You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really make sense. Jersey Devil too. Like, he got an axe to the head. Maybe it's like certain fables are stronger than others, or I don't know. But if you have a theory, let me know. With whatever time he has left, Georgie asks Bigby to destroy the Crooked Man the same way he destroyed him. He's asking for a promise, not just for himself, but for Vivian, the woman he loved and ultimately sacrificed everything to protect. The Crooked Man is hiding at the Shepherd Metalworks. Bigby has what he came for. Georgie's already finished, and he braces himself for more pain, maybe even hopes for it. Odin knows he deserves punishment after everything he did to everybody. But Bigby is not going to beat a helpless man or tear him apart any further. That does not mean he's willing to grant him mercy, though. Georgie begs for a quick death, but Wolf turns away, leaving him to suffer with Vivian in the very club where he exploited, controlled, and abused so many women. And Hans. He can spend his final moments surrounded by everything that he helped to create. Georgie curses Wolf for the last time. Wolf closes the lights on the Puddin N Pie. Taxi to the old foundry. The limo is here. Forcing open the lock, he heads on in, but nobody's here, or so he thought, because he sees the subtitles. Dark red, blood red, Mary. He doesn't see her, but she is taunting him. There's a board with pictures on it. Faith when she met Bigby, Holly talking to Snow, Faith, Lily, Nerissa together happy, Faith when she told Bigby that he's not as bad as everybody says he is, but on the bottom right, Faith appears to be admonishing Nerissa. What about? They're at the Puddin N Pie, but why does she seem so upset with Nerissa, and something is in her left hand? Trudging on, he sees the wheel from the Crooked Man's logo as Mary continues to echo off the steel. In one room, he sees that this is where they were making silver bullets for the
Big Bad Wolf. It's about time you showed up.
I had to take care of some things first.
Little errand boy. That's nice.
Ah, Bigby. I see you made it here in one piece. I do apologize, but I have some business to attend to. I leave you in the capable hands of my associate.
Mary's in the way. He tries swinging for her, but she ducks and kicks him hard, knocking him to the floor and punching his skull. He gives her a solid smack to her skull, knocking her off. Snarls up, transforms, but she's disappeared. Hunting for blood, he goes out and takes the high ground. He still can't find her. She too has transformed, and now she's moving too fast, slashing him across the face before he can even react. Frustrated, he bellows out for her to fight him head on. She creeps out, glass protruding from her skin, blood dripping from her black-red eyes and sharp teeth. He's too slow to match her. She cuts into him. They size each other up. The runes on her skin begin to glow red. He grabs her but misses. A kick to the face, she tries to pipe him up, but Wolf always dodges those. She jumps onto his back and they fall to the floor. Transformed again, Wolf gets up and his red eyes lock onto Mary's. Each step that she takes forward, sound of glass crunches. The wolf stomps ahead, ready to meet her. But that is when he realizes she used Shadow Clone Jutsu, and this would be the fight of his life that forces him to digivolve into his mega form. Oh, when did he take those off? Did he really have that much time to undress between the time that he fell off, hit the ground, and then transformed? Also, is he going to return those clothes to the rooftop that he found them on? In the distance, he sees the Crooked Man. He saw what Wolf did. He doesn't try to run. He knows there's no point. Bigby walks in, and he greets him.
Give me one good reason not to rip you apart right now.
Oh, that's a good reason. So, the Wolf holds back. Crooked Man reminds him that Snow White wants Bigby to bring him back alive. Obviously, he himself wants the same. In all of his exhausted fury, Bigby tells him yes. What happens afterwards, though, is another matter. The Crooked Man immediately demands a fair trial and the chance to defend himself before a jury of his fellow Fables. He insists that he never killed Faith or Lily himself. Georgie was desperate, wounded, and willing to say anything that might have saved his life, but that doesn't make the Crooked Man a murderer. Wolf isn't convinced, so the Crooked Man changes tactics and asks what he really wants. But the Wolf already knows this tactic, and he remains silent. At this, the Crooked Man concedes that he's smart. He'll give him that. Still, he knows Bigby's going to do the right thing. Despite knowing that this businessman will twist every word, manipulate, and do everything possible to escape condemnation, Bigby will take him back and allow justice to run its proper course. The Crooked Man is so confident that he's already looking forward to seeing Snow again, saying how their previous conversations have gone rather well. Hand over the gun, Wolf demands. Crooked Man at first wants to hold on to it, but he gets stared down and ends up dropping it. However, he still tries to get under the Wolf's fur, saying Snow White will be pleased and how he's such a reliable pup. But Bigby's a grown man, and he's not going to get emotional over a man using words to try and control his feelings. I mean, what man does that? Cuffing him up, he takes him down to the Witching Well basement. Everybody's already there. Rage and quiet fill the chamber, until hate for the Crooked Man takes over. But first, Snow thanks Bigby for his work. The Crooked Man definitely didn't make it easy, but she's surprised that, well, he didn't just kill him. She's glad that Bigby's safe.
It's about time you showed up. Now throw this asshole down the f***ing well.
Yes, what are you waiting for?
You killed Lily!
She was my sister!
What do you have to say for
Where
yourself?
the f*** do you get off?
Poor
You
girls.
think you have the right
And
to
what
just
about
do this
Faith?
to
What could
people?
they have
You're a
done to
f***ing
deserve
crook!
This, you
Asshole.
Everyone, can I have your attention? Thank you all for coming here on such short notice. I know normally we'd schedule a formal hearing, but considering the circumstances, I thought it best if we do this as soon as possible. The Crooked Man is charged with the murder
As
of
I
Faith
already
and...
informed your sheriff, it was Mr. Georgie Porge who killed those women, not me.
What? It was Georgie?
Georgie?
I don't mean to interrupt you, Miss White, but I thought it would be unwise to proceed with such faulty information.
Bigby, is that true?
Georgie may have killed them, but you made the call.
Do I have to explain the situation to you again?
Wait a minute. So you're saying Georgie's the motherfucker who killed my sister? Well, where is he?
Yeah, you're gonna bring that head in too, aren't you?
Yes, Sheriff. Where is that rotten scoundrel now?
Is he still out there?
I sincerely hope not.
Well, where is he?
Sheriff?
Georgie paid for what he did. In the end, there was a fight, and he bled out from his wounds. It's over.
So he's dead? That's what you're saying?
I can't believe it was him. So you see, the culprit has been punished. There's no
That
need
doesn't
for
change
this.
anything. We'll deal with it later, but right now, you're the one I'm concerned with.
You called the shots. Georgie made that perfectly clear.
In which case, you still have a lot to answer for.
I
And
was
I
told
don't...
I would be allowed to speak.
We have to read the rest of the charges.
What other charges?
If you'd wait a moment.
I'm well aware of my rights, Miss White. Unless you plan to abandon the charter entirely.
Let her finish. Then you can have your say.
Got it?
If you insist.
You are charged with the murder of Faith and Lily, which Georgie carried out on your order, inciting violence against various members of the Fabletown community, including the attempted murder of Sheriff Bigby Wolf.
Twice.
A misunderstanding.
Aiding and providing monetary support for the forced prostitution at the Puddin N Pie. Additionally, you are charged with multiple counts of fraud, extortion, racketeering, and the illegal possession and sale of magical artifacts. Now, is there anything you would like to say?
First of all, I had nothing to do with Faith and Lily, so you can strike that one from your little record book.
Bullshit!
Like hell you didn't.
Stop the charade. We know you're involved.
Come on, it's obvious.
And there's all the other crap he's done.
Everyone just shut up for a minute. You wanted a chance to talk? Well, go ahead.
What?
We all know he's guilty. What the f does he need to speak for?
Everyone's emotions are riding high. Sure, he deserves the well, but Snow's right about a better future, a better Fabletown. Change starts here with all of them. They need to do things the right way and give him a fair chance to plead his case. If they deal with criminals without law and order, they become a community without law and order. In that future, nothing changes. They have to do it this way, to treat all fables of this community fairly, even if the residents evil. So, the Crooked Man starts composing, politicking, but even Holly's like,
Are you gonna get to your point or what?
beating a dead horse, he says that Georgie killed those girls on his own behalf, that he himself had nothing to do with it. But if that's the case, then why try to cover it all up? Crooked Man says he never tried to, yet nobody believes he's innocent. Wolf brings up the fact that his goon squad tried to kill him last night, and that is a valid accusation. As if that's no big deal though. He says they're just overprotective because he's protected them before. I wonder what Georgie would have to say about that. The Crooked Man is trying to twist everybody's point of view, but the wolf has his scent. He uses intimidation and fear to control others. The Crooked Man is a wolf in sheep's clothing, preying on the desperately downtrodden. Lily and the girls are prime examples, and yet, as he's done so many times before, the Crooked Man reframes it. He didn't put any of them in those situations. Turning to look at Snow and Wolf, he reminds everyone here that the Fabletown government was the one who left them to fend for themselves, sniveling in poverty. He was their crutch. Like a good politician, he detracts the heat from himself and tells everybody else to look at this other group of people to blame. All of your problems and woes are because of this group of people, not me. Greenleaf, I got you your tree. Because of you and your magic, you helped so many fables get glamored while being able to survive in the city. And what did the government do for you? She explains that for the longest time, nothing. Until Wolf offered her job security, working here on the 13th floor as an official witch. But Snow wanted to burn her tree. Everyone is appalled that Snow would try to decide this. Her reasoning, though, is that the tree was used as a tool to perpetuate the Crooked Man's evil. But Greenleaf knows, just as well as Wolf, that she was superheated over the whole Ichabod Crane thing. She just wasn't thinking straight. Not her fault, and even Snow herself admits,
We've made some mistakes. I've made some mistakes. But believe me, I truly want what's best for this town.
Bigby at her side. Together they declare that they really do care about all fables. They might continue to make more mistakes, but they will always have Fable's best interests at heart. They will constantly work to improve. And with the government under new management, Fable folk will never have to resort to making deals with devils who exploit them. Then Wolf reminds them of what they lost directly because of the Crooked Man, Lily and Faith. Piggybacking off of this, Snow brings up how they all feel in this current moment.
You're all still afraid of him, even now. But you needn't be. His contamination of this town is over. And those girls will have their justice.
Very good, very good. The sentiment is surely appreciated, Miss White. But it doesn't disguise the fact that these accusations are completely unfounded. The sheriff simply doesn't have a particle of evidence linking me to the...
Georgie was working for you. Bigby got a confession.
A confession that nobody heard.
Damn, he's got a point. Anecdotal evidence isn't enough, and some of the group adheres to this. He also reminds everybody that Bigby himself has a bit of a corrupt history, and that if they want to mark him based on the actions of his employees, based on Georgie, then shouldn't Snow, the new deputy mayor, and her sheriff be held accountable as well? He reveals that Tweedledee was imprisoned and tortured. But again, he's twisting words, because tightening the straps on his chair, I don't think that really counts as torture, especially since Bluebeard was the one who made him bleed. Speaking of Bluebeard real quick, I realized that the point of him being so involved in all of this is probably because he wanted to take out the competition. The Crooked Man was probably an adversary of some sort. Now, to what extent or what exactly Bluebeard's goals in Fabletown are, currently beyond me. But back to the trial. The Crooked Man also left out the part where this torture of Tweedledee didn't happen under Snow's jurisdiction because she was considered dead at this point.
Oh, you're right, dear. Crane was in charge. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference.
Scraping at the bottom of the barrel there for some rage bait. He's got nothing. He just restates the same thing over and over again, hoping it sticks this time. George killed Faith and Lily. The government is the problem, watching you from their tower as you grovel in the streets. But who was there when you needed help, and
who will protect you from the big bad wolf? Who will be the—
Bigby? Miss White!
Excuse me, dear.
I wanted to make sure I had the chance to say something.
Why don't you take a moment to catch your breath?
What's she doing here?
I'd like to... I need to say something.
We're kind of in the middle of something.
Bluebeard.
What?
She has something to say, and we're gonna listen. Go right ahead.
You probably don't remember me. I don't know why I was afraid to come here.
Dear, I don't
Just shut up! You enslaved us for years. Let us hear stories about what you do. Told us we would lose everything if we stepped just one toe out of line. And we couldn't say a word about it because of these damn ribbons. But you know what? Now it's my turn to talk.
How are you?
I found Vivian's body. Did you kill her? Did he?
Sheriff, this is highly irregular.
Be quiet.
We need to establish some order here.
Vivian wanted you freed from the ribbons. She took her own life.
I'm sorry, I don't think
Nerissa! My name is Nerissa.
It's okay, my dear. It's going to be just...
He ordered them dead. This Faith and Lily.
That's a lie.
I was in the goddamn room when he did it. Faith and Lily are dead because of you. The only two people who ever gave a damn about me. And now I can finally say, you're an asshole. And I hope you rot at the bottom of the witching well for what you did.
And this just confirms it.
He made Georgie do it. It was always him. Georgie would have never done anything without his say-so. Ever.
You're going to take the word of a stupid...
At least 5 other girls will back me up on this. We all heard you say it.
Did you now?
Looks like we found our evidence.
She saw it firsthand.
He's guilty.
Good enough for me.
Me too.
So that's it, right?
Calm down the witching well.
No, that's too f***ing easy for a crook like that.
What do you mean?
He's gotta pay for what he did.
Listen to yourselves!
You're all rats, fleeing from one sinking ship to the next. So quick to latch onto whatever will keep your miserable lives afloat. This is how you want to repay all I've done for you?
What, you take 2 people's lives away and now you want mercy?
You know we can't let you go free after this.
Wait!
What?
You're done talking, Crooked Man. You had your chance.
Well done, then.
Now, for your sentence.
We don't have to become murderers.
What are you talking about?
He's guilty. I know that, but we don't have to kill anybody. We can imprison him. Lock him up forever. Somewhere he can never hurt anyone again.
How can we be sure he won't escape?
I can help. We'll use magic.
That's not good enough.
Maybe
there will
she
be
has
more
a point.
if he isn't
Hasn't
stopped.
There been enough bloodshed
So we get rid of him.
Dangerous.
Get him out of here.
We can send him
Everyone,
away.
listen up! Clearly, we're having trouble agreeing on a suitable punishment, so I think
This is going nowhere.
Someone needs to make a decision.
Who?
I hope you aren't suggesting yourself.
Why not?
What about a vote?
What do you think this is?
Everyone, calm down.
We should have a vote. Make it democratic.
Do you really think that's going to work?
He's right. Nobody can agree on anything.
What about Bigby?
What about him?
He was appointed. He's the only official representative, really. He should be the judge.
That makes sense to me.
I guess it does.
Okay.
Fine. Are you sure? This isn't how
It's what the people want, Miss White.
Okay, Mr. Wolf, it's your call.
I imagine that Snow doesn't exactly like that Wolf is given authority on this, and Wolf probably doesn't like stepping on toes. But as far as what's right, killing him feeds into the angry mob mentality, which is scary enough in real life. The right thing to do? I start thinking about what Greenleaf was going to say, but suddenly, Wolf, with all of his strength, training, and experience, gets taken from behind by the Crooked Man.
There you are. I hope you all remember this moment. Think of me when you try to sleep.
Finish it, Sheriff.
Please, we can still...
End it already.
You said you had a way to keep him from hurting people.
Wait, you
After
can't be
what
serious.
he's done,
You just gonna put him in prison?
This isn't the way, Sheriff.
You're doing the right thing.
Yes, there's a way.
All right, do it.
The next day, after finally getting some rest, Wolf has a smoke by a picture of what the Woodland building used to look like, back when there were more horses than cars. Greenleaf and Flycatcher come down the hall. She's carrying a crow in a cage.
Not what I was expecting. Morning, Crooked Man.
He's got a sharp tongue. I thought it would be better for everyone if he parted with it.
Thanks, Greenleaf.
Work is work, I guess.
Hey, Sheriff.
He wonders if he remembers him. Wolf knows he works at the farm. He hasn't forgotten. Flycatcher's taking Fables to the farm and he wants to know if Wolf is going to see them off. He's going to need to go down there anyway because when he walks to the business office past the line of Fables, taxi driver, oh, this is Gwen by the way, next to Hans, Jack on the floor, Snow comes rushing out saying that Flycatcher forgot his keys. As he's leaving, Bluebeard is coming in. Out of the elevator strolls Colin with a pack of apple juice, completely unconcerned that somebody might see him. Benefits of being friends with the sheriff, I guess. Toad and his son aren't nearly as fortunate as now they're on their way to the farm. 5 minutes to spare, Flycatcher tries to hurry them along, prompting Toad to yell at him that he can carry him onto the truck himself if he's so worried about it. Keys in hand, Bigby comes out and is met with a gracious greeting from Toad. He apologizes, but Toad's got nothing more to say to him. TJ, however, calls out and asks Bigby to give Snow a present, one of the insects from his collection. He couldn't keep all of them, but he remembered that Snow was saying that this one was her favorite. Well, can't deny the sniffling kid this one small gesture. Then Flycatcher announces that it's time to go, and TJ's fear of the farm finally comes spilling out. He's heard that there are ogres there that eat people, and he asks if they really have to leave. Poor lad wants to stay so badly. Bigby tells him not to worry. There's going to be plenty of space to run and swim around freely, and unlike the city, the Mondays won't be an issue. The thought of Wayland Smith's letter to Crane immediately popped into my head. When TJ asks whether Bigby had ever been there himself, he admits that he doesn't actually know what the place is like. You see, the animals living there wouldn't exactly feel comfortable with the wolf wandering around. They say their goodbyes, but before leaving, Toad makes sure to get one last lick in. Where's Colin? Is he going to the farm? And to this, the wolf has nothing to say.
Right, that's what I thought.
Saying goodbye?
Hi.
Hi.
You're still wearing that thing.
Oh. Yeah. I guess I am. It's not easy to forget. I know it seems like I should be able to. It's just...
It's okay. I get it.
Listen, I came here because I have to tell you something.
What is it?
It's about what happened to Faith and Lily. I'm not sure where to start. Faith, Lily, and I, we had this plan. We were gonna find a way out. Leave the Puddin N Pie for good. But then Faith decided to get some Leverage. She stole a picture of Crane and Lily together. The minute Faith stole that photo, we had dirt on one of the Crooked Man's allies. If he found out, I had no choice. You have to understand. You've seen how they kept us quiet in that place. Can you imagine the lengths they go just to silence someone who had physical evidence? I had to.
Nerissa, what did you do?
I freaked out, okay? I thought if I came clean to Georgie, he'd get the Crooked Man to leave us alone. We could just forget the whole thing. Maybe try again in a few years.
You what?
So I told him everything. And I begged for mercy for all of us. I didn't want anyone to die over a picture.
So you sold them out?
No. Yes. Georgie promised he'd smooth things over with the Crooked Man. But then... Oh, God. I don't know what happened, but that night at the club, Georgie came back and told me things had changed. He had to make an example of us. We had committed treason. And while the two of us were sitting there, as he was telling me this, Faith walked in, and I had to watch while Georgie...
Wait, so Georgie told you all this? Not the Crooked Man? Back at the well, you said...
I know what I said.
But it wasn't the truth, was it?
What does it matter? I know the Crooked Man did it. So what if it wasn't the whole truth? It was true enough.
So you think that makes it okay to lie?
I know he ordered their deaths. I wasn't gonna let him get away with it because of a stupid technicality. Especially after... that night, after Faith. I tried to warn Lily, but she wasn't with her scheduled appointment. So I did the only thing I could do. I left Faith's head at your doorstep.
You?
I walked her over here, and I left her. Just hoping that maybe if I couldn't save them, could at least save the rest of us.
So, that piece of fabric I found near there, that was you?
Yeah. I cut my leg trying to get over the fence.
So you started all this?
I just pointed you in the right direction. People like us get forgotten all the time. The Crooked Man was counting on that. When we suffer, we do it in silence. And the world likes it that way. We just fade, like we never existed. I couldn't watch that happen to Faith. Or Lily. Nobody cares about us. Not really.
It's going to be different now, I promise. Things like that won't happen anymore. Not while I'm around.
You'll make things right. You and Snow.
I don't know. Seems like no matter what I do, it's just not enough for her, or anyone. I just can't win with these people.
I know it might feel that way, but they need you, Bigby. Both of you. You two make a good team. The way you look out for each other, and look out for us. You don't see that a lot these days.
Snow doesn't really need me.
I'm sure that's not true. After everything you've done for us, maybe they don't want to admit it, but without you, none of this would have happened. You listened when no one else would. You knew when to show mercy, and you brought justice to this town. Finally. Because you brought the Crooked Man in, everyone saw who he really was. So from where I'm standing, you did the right thing. You've been given this job for a reason. And I left Faith at your doorstep because I knew if anyone stood a chance against the Crooked Man, it was you.
I've been making a lot of mistakes lately.
But you've also done a lot of good. Don't forget that. You've changed this place. For better or worse, Fabletown wouldn't be the same without you. You're not as bad as everyone says you are. I need to tell you something. I have to tell you something.
I feel like we've met before.
You're trying to place me. You like my ribbon? Do you like it?
Faith wore one too. Would hide her beauty so she could escape his kingdom.
They used to call me the Little Mermaid.
Did Dr. Swinehart ever get back to you about Faith?
He said he wanted to run more tests. I hope you find what you're looking for. I'll see you around, Wolf.
Alright, so that ending was a lot to unpack, so let's dive into it. But I do want to start off by sharing a thought that I had. For some reason, I thought Bloody Mary was somebody else in a glamour, because she also says, "See you around," in kind of the same way that Faith and Nerissa did. But again, probably nothing big. Just a small thought I had. Did anybody else think this as well? Also, when I play the remaster, I'm going to choose all the quote-unquote bad choices, but for now, the ending explained. The ending of Wolf Among Us is supposed to leave us uncertain. TellTale's Job Stoffer described it as an ambiguous ending that's left open to interpretation rather than a cliffhanger setting up one definitive answer. It is by design that the mystery isn't meant to end with the game suddenly confirming that Faith survived or that Nerissa died. Instead, it ends with Bigby realizing that the woman he met as Faith at the beginning and the woman walking away as Nerissa at the end may have been the same person all along. But to understand why, we first need to separate what the game confirms from what it only suggests. Faith, Lily, and Nerissa were all working at the Puddin N Pie under Georgie's control, with the Crooked Man sitting above them. They wanted to escape. Faith stole a photo of Crane with Lily because it gave them something they could use as leverage for their escape. Nerissa became frightened that this could all end badly if they got found out, and she told Georgie about their plan to escape and about the photo. Apparently, she believed that Georgie would help them or at least stop the Crooked Man from retaliating. But what ended up happening next is Georgie would talk to the Crooked Man and return to the girls with the message that they had committed treason and that somebody needed to be made an example of. According to the story that Nerissa gives Bigby, Faith entered the room and Georgie killed her. By the time that Nerissa finishes explaining everything, however, the game already gave us enough reason to question whether the woman Georgie killed was actually Faith. And so you might be wondering, why do we have to question this? Well, it's because the glamours can completely change somebody's appearance, even their eye colors, which is actually something I also paid attention to. But this whole case has involved people hiding behind the faces of others, so seeing Faith die would therefore prove that somebody looking like Faith died, but it wouldn't necessarily prove who was underneath that glamour. Nerissa also admits that she was the person who left Faith's head outside the Woodlands. She needed Bigby to notice the murder because she believed he was the only one capable of going after the Crooked Man. Later, during the Crooked Man's trial, she claims that she heard him order Faith's death. But here, she admits this wasn't entirely true. The Crooked Man was responsible for what happened, but Nerissa altered the details to make sure Bigby could bring him down for good, that there were no questions, that it was all explicitly tied to the Crooked Man, and as she puts it, the story was true enough. That confession explains how Bigby was guided towards the Crooked Man, but it also creates another question. How much of Nerissa's story was real, and how long has she been manipulating events around him? She kicked this whole turn of events into motion herself and has been orchestrating it all off the rip. The answer appears to hit Bigby during their final conversation. As Nerissa's walking away, she tells him, "You're not as bad as everyone says you are." Faith said the same thing after Bigby helped her at the woodsman's apartment, and hearing those words causes several earlier moments to run through Wolf's head. Faith saying she needed to tell him something. Nerissa also saying that she wanted to tell him something. Bigby remarking that Faith felt familiar when they first met. Dr. Swinehart wanting to perform additional tests on quote-unquote Faith's body. And this is actually one thing I wish they explained and told us about, What did he find out after he ran those tests? And then there's Faith's connection to the donkey skin story. A woman hides her identity to escape danger. Wolf also remembers Faith's last words to him. "I'll see you around, Wolf." Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that Nerissa slipped up and revealed that she was actually Faith, but it does make Bigby reconsider every interaction that he's had with both women. Because once the glamours are taken into account, the possibility appears that there never were two separate women speaking to Wolf at all, only one. Now, looking around, the most popular explanation that most people seem to believe is that Faith survived and spent the remainder of the game disguised as Nerissa under glamour. Under this interpretation, the woman Bigby met at the woodsman's apartment really was Faith. Sometime after that encounter, though, Faith learned that Georgie knew about the blackmail scheme and realized her life was in danger. Nerissa was glamoured to then look like Faith, either as part of the escape plan or through circumstances that the game just never shows us. Faith might have gotten Nerissa to glamour up as her, and then Georgie killed the woman he believed was Faith. But the actual victim was Nerissa. He actually killed Nerissa under Faith glamour. In this first theory, Nerissa is and has been dead this entire time. Faith took Nerissa's appearance, left the glamoured head at the Woodlands, and continued guiding Bigby while pretending to be the only surviving member of the group. This theory fits Faith's original story pretty well. The fable of Donkey Skin, she concealed her true identity to escape, and surviving through another disguise would repeat that defining act of her own story. It would also explain why the woman called Nerissa uses Faith's words, and why Faith tells Bigby she's gonna see him around, because she knew that they would meet again, only he wouldn't recognize her when they did. After securing the Crooked Man's downfall, and once everybody responsible had either died or lost their power, she could finally leave Fabletown under Nerissa's identity. But there are still problems with this interpretation. But again, one of the biggest glaring problems with this interpretation, I kind of touched on it already, is that the game never explains how Nerissa came to be glamoured as Faith. Did she agree to the switch? Was she covering a job for her? Was she manipulated? How did this happen exactly? Faith would also need to have access to a glamour that was strong enough to hold after death. Or, and this part I'm iffy on, or hide the glamour tube so that nobody could accidentally open it, like with what happened with Lily when Wolf and Snow inspected her. None of those problems completely destroy this theory, but they do prevent it from becoming, at least in my eyes, fully confirmed. The second major interpretation is one that personally I don't really buy as much as the first, but you can tell me which one you guys think is more plausible. The second one is that Faith really did die, and that Nerissa was the woman that Bigby met in the first episode. In that version, Nerissa glamoured herself as Faith before the woodsman scene, possibly to draw Bigby's attention towards Faith and make the eventual discovery of her head feel personal. The real Faith was then later killed when Georgie took off the ribbon, and Nerissa left her head at the Woodlands, knowing that Bigby would recognize the woman that he had just met. The final line that Nerissa says as she leaves at the end would then serve as a confirmation that Bigby never even met Faith at all. But this would also require us to fully believe that when Wolf said in the beginning that she feels familiar, that it's because all the Fables knew each other at one point or another, and just that. However, the bigger problem is that this requires a very complicated plan. Nerissa couldn't have known for certain that Toad would call Bigby to come to the apartment, that he would arrive during the confrontation with the woodsman, or that a brief meeting with Faith would make him personally invested in her death when he later finds her head. Much of the plan depends on luck or coincidence unless there's additional arrangements that the game never reveals. And so this is why neither theory provides a completely clean solution. Faith being alive fits the donkey skin symbolism and the closing dialogue, while Nerissa being alive fits more naturally with the account that she gives Bigby. Every clue supporting one interpretation creates another unanswered question somewhere else. However, the one thing that Bigby does understand is that he has been manipulated. We have been manipulated. Whether the woman responsible was Faith or Nerissa, she used the murder investigation to pull Wolf towards Georgie and the Crooked Man. Now, Bigby solved the case, but he did so by following a path that somebody else paved for him. Even the Crooked Man's conviction depended on a testimony that wasn't completely honest. So, Either Faith survived and became Nerissa, or Nerissa impersonated Faith and Faith really died. In true noir murder mystery style, Bigby is left wondering whether he even ever met Faith in the first place. And when whoever appears as Nerissa disappears around the corner, Wolf only has a moment to decide whether he should follow her and demand the truth or allow the woman, whoever she really is, to finally escape.